BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Let's get it going. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, we will begin with NBA news, a trade overnight, and also the latest on Tyrese Halliburton. In 20 minutes, we'll tell you which former NFL star once lived at his team's practice facility for the first 2 years of his career. It's a very interesting story. That's followed by my streaming corner at 6:40, and which movie I thought I would like, thought I would love, and absolutely hated. At 7 o'clock, we'll bring Denton in to help us blind rank the best hitters in baseball history before we look at today's card on the diamond. At 7:40, the story of a man, his new love, and one which just happens to be a computer. We will discuss the ongoing impact of artificial intelligence. During the 8 o'clock hour, we will dive into the phenomenon that is Caitlin Clark as we bring in USA Today's Christine Brennan to talk about her new book on the Fever superstar. Then it's Best Bets at 8:40. Chelsea, good morning to you. Once again, it is a Tuesday. How you doing?
Yeah, good morning. Dog Day officially here. We were just complaining about the weather, how it's going to be like in the 90s just about everywhere today. We finished with the NBA Finals. Hockey is over. Now it's just baseball and the WNBA on the horizon. But I did go to the pool yesterday, so I think that's the one good part of, not having as many sports going on, because obviously there's baseball, but it doesn't feel like I need to stay up like super late every night to watch it. So I have more free time, I suppose, at night, and you can stay out later. And obviously the sun goes down later. So we were out catching fireflies last night. It felt like a true southern summer. We just needed some lemonade.
Oh, did you catch them in like the mason jars and let them light up for a while and then let them go or something like that?
Well, unfortunately, we only had plastic clear cups, but
still,
somebody's shaking their fist. You have plastic cups still? Do you hate the world? No, I just like to have plastic cups occasionally.
But when you go to McDonald's, you're like, where is the styrofoam? I can't believe this. Why is this in a paper wrap? What happened to the styrofoam? The styrofoam, by the way, is responsible for getting rid of my favorite burger of all time. You don't remember the McDLT? It was so good. And this is way back in the day, but they marketed it as a burger, which was they kept the hot side hot and the cool side cool. So on one side of the styrofoam, you had the meat. On the other side, it was the lettuce, tomato, mayo, and the other side of the bun. And so you would put them together yourself when you got it, but they had to have a styrofoam tray, which, it's sort of a marketing gimmick. But that was such a good burger, but they had to get rid of it because the whole premise was, hey, we keep the two sides apart until you put them together. And then they were like, this is a lot of styrofoam, so they had to end it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think it's especially good for the environment, is it? Like, I honestly am not a crunchy person. I don't think styrofoam's up there on, the materials that, the earth people love.
No, it's not. It's not great. But, man, it killed an actual product. And you know me, I love McDonald's. So to this day, I'm like, the McDLT. It was so great. Also, been great recently? Our bets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Flawless victory.
That's what I was looking for.
Sorry
about that. You were like, why are you freezing and not saying anything? That's why. Chelsea, let's hear about your winner.
Yeah, had the under 10 in the Rangers and Orioles. That was an easy winner. Orioles won it 6-0. Did expect the Orioles to win, but Trevor Rogers threw an absolute gem in this game for the O's, so I will take my win. The Rangers continue to be one of the hottest teams to the under in all of Major League Baseball, so that is a trend I will be keeping in my back pocket.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I had Braves first 5 money line against the Mets. The Braves lead 3-2. That is a dub. 8 straight for your guy right here. Will it continue? Probably not. Regression is coming, but we'll take it while we got it. As for the Dongster, Red Sox money line against the Angels. We liked the Angels yesterday at even money, and the Angels won 9-5. So, for the week, Chelsea, you are 1-0. I'm 1-0. The Dongster is 0-1 here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us on a Tuesday morning. And we begin with the news that we assumed was true yesterday. You always want to get confirmation, but yes, Tyrese Halliburton has torn his Achilles. Did that in Game 7, as we saw, against the Thunder in the NBA Finals. So very likely he is out for all of next season. And Antonio Daniels and Rob Perez on Sirius XM Radio discussed yesterday, if you're banged up like Halliburton was, why he decided to go in Game 6 and Game 7.
Imagine if Tyrese Halliburton told the Indiana Pacers and Rick Carlisle, listen, I have a calf strain. I don't want to risk further injury because they told me it's a 15% chance that I can tear my Achilles or a 20% chance that I can rupture my Achilles, which means I have an 80 to 85% chance that I'll be fine. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm good. You know what? I'm looking toward my long-term future, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to trust my teammates with this. And I'm going to sit out Game 6 and Game 7. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the backlash that he would have gotten? And I think this is a struggle that guys go through of understanding. I know what's best for my future is that I probably don't play. But can you imagine what people are going to say about me if I don't?
It might be more painful than the actual injury itself.
No question. No question.
Well, and this also goes in line with what we were talking about yesterday, which is the backlash is one thing, and that's certainly valid, but it's also the competitor in you. Like, if there's a 15% chance, and who knows what the actual percentage is, but if you can go and it's Game 6 and it's Game 7 of the NBA Finals, like, backlash aside, how would you ever forgive yourself if you said, you know what, I don't think I'm going to play? This is a rare thing. The Indiana Pacers haven't been in the NBA Finals in, 25 years? Like, the assumption is, oh, they'll be back. They're really good. You never know. Like, you never know, Chelsea. So I can't imagine being in that position and deciding not to go.
Yeah, I feel like it's very easy to say this after the fact, but number one, the guy's right, saying that everybody and their mom would be like, why isn't Tyrese Halliburton playing? If it was me, I would be out there. So, we can't have it both ways, saying, well, maybe he should have thought about his future. Well, this is the biggest event in a basketball player's life, is getting to play in a Game 7 of the NBA Finals. The stage can't be bigger. There's no other stage that's bigger except for, maybe the gold medal game in the Olympics. I'm trying to think of something, but that doesn't even feel like it. So Tyrese Halliburton obviously is torn up about this, and he posted 7 paragraphs on Twitter yesterday. I'm sure he posted this on all of his social media platforms, showed him in the hospital bed, and you can tell how much thought he put into this because it was a long tweet. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to read it all, but it was very thoughtful, and it just kind of went through his process and, thanking the fans and just saying how torn up he is. And I feel like as far as reactions go, this is not the first time we saw somebody tear an Achilles, but his reaction, I think, said anything. Because as soon as it happened, he was screaming on the floor. And he was crying uncontrollably when he went to the locker room. So I think, we could see it in his face, in his reaction, how big of a competitor he is and how bad he will want to return. So I do think that, again, he can come back just as strong. It's just like you said, you don't get to go to the NBA Finals every year. It is a rare circumstance for most NBA players.
Yeah, you mentioned the missive that he posted on X. I do want to put a little bit of this out there because I thought it was so well done, and I'm not going to read the entire thing. It's definitely a few paragraphs, but worth your time. He says, now that I've gotten surgery, I wish I could count the number of times people will tell me I'm going to, quote, come back stronger. What a cliche, LOL. This sucks. My foot feels like dead weight, fam. Indy, I'm sorry. If any fan base doesn't deserve this, it's y'all. But together, we are going to fight like hell to get back to this very spot and get over this hurdle. Again, very much worth your time. Very eloquent, very well thought out. But you can tell he's hurting. And just imagine it any job, honestly. It's one thing to make it to the NBA, but if the ultimate goal is to win a championship, in any job, if your ultimate goal is to achieve this one thing that is so rare, that is so special, that everyone strives to achieve, if someone tells me you got a 15% chance that you're knocked out early, you don't get to try, I'm like, well, I'm trying. Like, I've come this far. Think of all the work I put in during the season, during the off season, to get to the pinnacle of something that I don't think you can tell someone not to go after unless they just can't go. And look, there are times in the NBA when a guy just can't go. But as I said yesterday, look, in Game 6, he looked amazing. So whatever the percentage is, and all of this is speculation, the percentage is that he can't go. Is it 10? Is it 20%? That maybe he could suffer an injury? Especially after what we saw in Game 6, there was no reason to think that he couldn't be effective. And by the way, he was crazy effective early on before the injury took place.
Absolutely. But I think what has people talking is the fact that this isn't just Tyrese Halliburton. It's happened to multiple star players. And it's crazy the ripple effect that it has on these franchises. Like, look at the Celtics right now. They're having to trade guys. Jason Tatum's going to be out for the foreseeable future. He is the face of their franchise, and they just paid him a ton of money. So I think it's one of those things where people are searching for solutions, because obviously it is a trend now where we see these stars go down. So I don't know if it's shortening the schedule. And I do know that a lot of people pointed out that these were some of the guys who played on the Olympic team. So obviously they didn't have as much time off. So I don't know if that was just a one-off, say, hey, maybe it's just in Olympic years, because I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, we don't need to send our best guys to the Olympics. I see that. And I'm sure they don't either, because I know they take a lot of pride in playing for Team USA. And it's a great thing to see. So I don't know what the solution is. Like, do you think we should have a shorter schedule?
I do think that would be a very smart, and I think it would be a very prudent move to keep the schedule shorter and maybe prevent some of these injuries, especially when you have an Olympic Games, for example, like we had. The problem is the NBA will never go for this. Why? Because of the cash. The extra cash that comes from these extra games is something the league will never turn down. It's the same thing in the NFL, where injuries are even worse, right? Because you see guys get knocked out on a regular basis. And especially at the end of a violent season, what does the NFL want to do? They want to keep adding games, even now. So while I think that's a great idea, I just don't think there's any way the NBA would go for it.
No, there's too much money involved.
Yeah.
So they're not going to have a shorter season. Like, we see this in baseball, because people love to bring up this fact in baseball, because there's 162 games and it is a very long season. But you look at these contracts in baseball, and as much as, baseball players would love to have a shorter season, they also love getting paid the money that they are getting paid. And that is possible because of the TV contracts. So I don't think that we're going to see anything happen. As far as the schedule, I don't know what the solution is. Like, I guess maybe you just try to be more careful. You just try to pay attention to the trainers. But honestly, I don't know. From a medical perspective, I have no idea.
Well, you mentioned Jason Tatum and the Celtics, and Jason Tatum very likely going to be out for all of next season. So the Celtics are making moves. In the middle of the night, they traded Drew Holiday to the Blazers for Anthony Simons. This is according to ESPN. So Boston will also receive 2 second-round picks. Part of this is to bring in a score from outside, because one thing we know that Simons can do is he averages around 19 points a game. He can shoot from outside, shoot from long range, and that is something that Joe Mazzulla and that offense really thrives on, right? Shooting the three-point shot. He's very good at that, very adept at that, so that will help somewhat mitigate the loss of Tatum. And then conversely, Holiday goes back to the Blazers and provides a veteran presence. This is also a money-making move, because Drew Holiday is owed around $72 million over the next 2 seasons. This will save the Celtics $40 million in luxury tax payments next year. So I sort of feel like the Celtics now, with Tatum out, this is one move, but it also feels like that maybe they aren't done.
Yeah, but I do think more than anything, this is to save money, because Drew Holiday is a scorer, but he is a defensive presence and somebody who I feel like was integral in them winning their NBA title. So he's somebody who has gold medal experience. We were just talking about the Olympics, and a veteran that maybe you don't see it in the stat sheet as often. Like, he's not the offensive presence as much, but still I think they are going to miss him. Anthony Simons is really talented and really young, and obviously he is cheaper. But I do think it's one of those moves where it's like, hey, like maybe this isn't going to be the year. Maybe we need to start saving money, and maybe we need to start thinking about the future.
Also, if you look at the Eastern Conference odds right now, they're kind of crazy. The Cavaliers are plus 260. The Knicks are 3-1. The Magic are plus 425. Orlando? I know they got Desmond Bane, but that seems crazy to me. Celtics are 6-1. 76ers 12-1. Pistons and Pacers sitting at 16-1. The Magic? All right, we'll look into that. Coming up next on the show, most football players go broke not long after their careers come to an end, but one former Bengals star made sure that was not going to happen. That is coming up next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. She's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Coming up, if you can't wait to follow Kirk Cousins this season, off-season, regular season, guess what? You are in luck. Chelsea, you're in Tennessee. You're close to Kentucky. What's going on in Kentucky right now? Have you heard?
God, not that close.
Well, closer than I am.
Can't look over and see what's going on.
Wow, is that Kentucky right over there? Just across the horizon? Have you heard the story, the ballad, as they might say, of Cowboy Cody? This happened a couple weeks ago. So this is in Murray, Kentucky. I have no idea where Murray, Kentucky is. But Jonathan Mason, everybody, the locals know him as Cowboy Cody. So Cowboy Cody, he likes to get into some shenanigans. He tried to get into a local bar called the Big Apple. And they said, Cowboy Cody, you're not getting in. You're too drunk. Well, that was not what Cowboy Cody wanted to hear. So what he did was he went back home, wherever he lives, and he grabbed a raccoon that he had trapped earlier in the day. And he went back to the bar and he let it loose in the bar. Started trying to bite people. One woman was bitten. She had to have shots, rabies shots. And if you look at Cowboy Cody's history, this is not the first time he's been in trouble in Murray, Kentucky. He was also arrested back in December, I swear to God, for leading police on a high-speed mule chase. What in the world? I thought this story was a fake. I double-checked it, triple-checked it. It's a real deal. How do you run from police on a mule? Do the police just walk behind you and they say, Cody, pull it over. Although I will say I have a little respect for I'm bringing a raccoon back and I'm turning it loose. That's an old school prank right there. I think you just have a good laugh. The woman gets her rabies shots and you move forward.
This is not helping the stereotypes that exist about Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia. You see these stories and you're like, man, you're ruining it for all of us. But Jenks, I've heard of things like this. We had a lawn guy growing up because we lived on a big piece of property, so we needed help. His name was Willie, and he got a DUI on a lawnmower because I guess he was like saying insults at a lady. Like he was drunk and he was like saying degrading things to a woman that was like in the next yard over. So the police got involved and he got a DUI on a lawnmower.
God, how does that hold up? I mean, I guess you can. You're on a vehicle. You're moving. I definitely
You
grew
can get
up.
him on a bike.
Yeah, you can. I mean, it's not driving a car. It's just driving under the influence. So I guess that's true. We had a guy that we grew up with, and he would always tell, like, the craziest stories. His name was Randall Reed. We all called him Tudor, though. Everybody called him Tudor. I don't really know why. Maybe his parents called him that. But he would always come in. We were in junior high, and he'd have the craziest stories. And he was country. So I very vividly remember in 8th grade, we're all sitting in the hallway outside of our lockers. I think it was raining outside or something. And so Tudor comes in, cowboy hat, 8th grade. And he sits down and he goes, guys, and we're all waiting like, oh, what's it going to be today? You're not going to believe it. I roped a deer last night. I'm like, roped a deer? I mean, going deer hunting is very common in West Texas or in Texas in general. But he said he roped a deer, and I still really don't believe to this day he actually pulled up a rodeo rope and roped a deer. But that's what Tudor said he did. What is he doing now? Maybe releasing a raccoon somewhere.
I believe it. We have a bunch of deer around here. Even though I think you guys, like in Texas, have much bigger deer. Like, I think it's mule deer, I think is what they're called. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like how they're bigger deer in like Texas and Kansas. And then we have like the smaller deer here. But I believe it. Like back in the day, there weren't that many hobbies. Like my mom always tells me how her and her brother used to ride calves. Like that was like their activity. She's like, kids these days have it so easy. You got your iPads and your phones. We had to go in the pasture and ride calves, you know, for a daily activity. So I believe it.
Didn't put in the chat that maybe Tudor and this guy, Cowboy Cody, are related. Maybe cousins, distant cousins, probably. Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, Tudor and your boy Kevin.
Oh, Kevin.
Kevin, the guy that's coming maybe, potentially, possibly to help fix your house.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that explains it all. He's taking it out on me for telling these stories on the air. Not a bad call.
Kevin.
Give me a break. You're not going to believe it. I roped a deer while I butt dialed somebody at the same time. I mean, what are the chances of that? Gee, I don't know, Kevin. Could you please get here before December? That'd be great. We stumbled upon this story yesterday. Chad Ocho Cinco Johnson. So I've always been fascinated with this subject, which is pro athletes, particularly in the NFL, a vast majority of them go broke right after they retire because they have no idea how to manage their money. This is from a study that was done like 10 years ago, but approximately 78% of football players face financial stress or bankruptcy within 2 years of retiring. The average NFL salary is $2.8 million. Within 12 years of retiring, 1 in 6 players are expected to go bankrupt. You hear this all of the time. In fact, the NFL over the years has done a really nice job of creating these financial seminars for players. Like, hey, be smart with your money. You might have a long NFL career. You might not. I think we get caught up in these massive contracts, but that's not the norm. These are the best of the best. They're set forever. You know, same thing in all sports. We think about the big contracts. We forget there are guys out there who are making pretty good money, but some guys who aren't rich, especially after taxes, all that takes place. So Chad Johnson was saying when he was drafted by the Bengals and he was being shown all these different houses, these big houses, he said, I don't really see the point to this. I don't need all of this. And he says, I've always been sort of frugal anyway. So for the first 2 years, he lived in the Bengals practice facility. He was like, I got a shower here. I got food. I got a locker where I can keep my stuff. And so he pulled this off for 2 seasons until Marv Lewis, who is the Bengals head coach at the time, said, why are you always here? You need to get a home. And so he finally left. But I think, A, that's a very Chad Johnson thing to do. And then B, it speaks to the fact, not that players should try to live at the team's practice facility, but I also think it sort of speaks to the alternate reality or mentality of a lot of these players, which is, I need to save and be careful. Most people don't approach it like that.
Oh, absolutely not. But I feel this story seems super relatable to me because my husband played baseball. And here's the thing. You are not in that city for the entire year. It is really hard to find short-term leases. And if you do, it's a lot more expensive. Then you have to find furniture. Then you have to hook up electricity. You have to pay your cable bill. You have to arrange all of these things just for guys to not even be there for half the season. Because think about it in football as well. You know, you have away games. You're traveling. You're doing a lot at the field. So, like, it makes sense. Honestly, I feel like for some of the guys, it would be nice to have an option where you could have like a few apartments, you know, at the stadium or somewhere close. In fact, they do this in baseball now. I wish they were doing this when Jake was playing, but they do this for minor league guys where they have like a big unit of apartments or something, and the team will fund your stay there. Because just logistically, it's really hard for baseball players because they're moving around so much. And again, it's a short-term lease. Oh, you got released. Oh, you got traded. You got to find somewhere mid-season. So there are a lot of things. And what you said about the guys who don't make the huge contracts, you're right. That's the majority of professional athletes. It's not just football. It's baseball. It's whatever. Most of it are guys who are playing a few years. They'll make decent money, but it's not money that's going to last them the rest of their lives.
Absolutely. And that kind of gets lost. Like, oh, you played pro sports. You got to make a ton of money. It's like, well, I did okay for a while, or I made some decent money, but I've got an entire life to live. And people forget that. Yeah, absolutely. And also, you know, think about when you're younger. I mean, this has been sort of a talking point amongst educators for a long time, which is if you think about high school and college, you don't really learn about how to manage your finances. You know what I mean? Some people do. Maybe they go down a finance route, or they want to become some sort of economist, or they want to work in the stock market, whatever. But I never had anyone pull me aside and say, if you want to learn about the market, if you want to learn about investing, if you want to learn some of these basics to help you down the line, like I just kind of had to learn that on my own. You hear, hey, save your money, don't overspend, careful with those credit cards. So when you're a young kid and you get drafted and you got your entire life ahead of you and you have more money than you've ever had in your entire life, it's not surprising to me that some of these kids, because a lot of them are kids, don't really know what to do with this money. They spend it not thinking, hey, what's this going to mean to me? Or am I going to have this cash 10 years down the line?
Yeah, and some of it is that guys don't come from a lot of money. So they feel obligated to take care of their family, take care of their mom, take care of their dad, and like their aunts and their uncles too. Because like we experienced that, where we had people coming out of the woodwork to ask Jake for money. And at the same time, like, I'm sure you've looked into this. Like, think about how much money that you're supposed to save for retirement.
Yes.
And think about if that retirement comes when you turn 33. Like, think about that. And like Jake played for a while. Think about guys who only make it like a few years, because I feel like football is even shorter than baseball. Because like baseball, if you're a pitcher, like you can pitch until you're, like 36 or something. Like if you're really good, maybe you can last until you're 40. But in the NFL, think about if you play like linebacker or something. How many years do you think you're really going to be making great money if you're a middle of the line player? Just not that many years. So think about the money that you would have to have set away for retirement if it comes before you turn 30. It's a lot of money.
Oh, yeah. One of the smartest things I ever heard was a former Wizards player. I'm not going to give it away. It's not my place to do that. But someone who was very close to the team said, this guy has made millions of dollars, but he was very smart early on. He went to a financial advisor, and the advisor said, all right, you're making millions of dollars. We're going to put you on a budget, and the budget is $300,000 to $400,000 a year. And everything else is going into investments, retirement. You could live easily off $2 or $3 million a year, easy. So I know this does sound like a lot of money, but he had signed a nice contract. But it's like, no, you're going to live off this per year because we want to make sure this lasts you for the rest of your life. And I thought that was so smart, but that is not the norm. And most players don't look at it that way. And you pointed out as well, how many people have we heard over time, or how many athletes where not only are they taking care of their family, maybe they have friends, hangers-on, and everybody wants a handout, and they feel guilty. They're on the come up. They came from not a lot of money. They want to help people out. I think Allen Iverson went through this as well, where he made so much money and just blew through it. And we've seen this over time. Like Andre Rice, and this is an old reference, but he played for the Falcons back in the day. He and Deion used to go at it all the time. Andre Rison was married to, or his girlfriend was Lisa Left Eye Lopes from TLC, and she passed away. So they were a big deal back in the day. He blew through all of his money, bankrupt. Michael Vick made a lot of money, got convicted for dogfighting. He had to declare bankruptcy. So it actually is much more common than you think. And so it would behoove a lot of these younger guys to try to save some money, but it's difficult when you're that young. Maybe you don't come from a lot and you just don't have any guidance.
Yeah, like I see this all the time. Like from personal experience, I would see all these wives think that they're never going to have to work again. And here I am saying, like, that's not the case. Like right now, I am working for a reason. My husband played baseball, but we still need to pay the bills. So mama got to work. So like these wives are sitting around, they're like, oh, I don't need to finish college because I don't need to work. I'm like, are you sure about that? Like, what degree does your husband have? Oh, he didn't graduate college. He got drafted. What do you think he's going to do after baseball? So it's like people don't even plan for it. And I understand that's the mentality when you're young. Yeah. It's just like it's better to have a safety net than and not need it maybe. Like say your husband signs a big deal. Like great, you don't have to use it. But it's better to have it just in case as opposed to not having it and then be like, what are we going to do? Neither of us have college degrees.
I mean, it's a really good point. There's all sorts of stories out there. Like Johnny Unitas, I was reading, one of the greatest NFL quarterbacks of all time. Now, he certainly didn't make the money that today's NFL players make, but he went bankrupt at one time. And I believe invested in some sort of tech company. Who was the guy, gosh, who was it, that invested in, man, I need to look this up. Football, was it Rocket Ismail? And invested a lot of money in furniture that floated. So if there were, for example, like a hurricane or a flood in Louisiana, then the bottom of the furniture would inflate and it would float. I need to look this up because I don't know if I'm getting this right or not. And lost a ton of money, which sounds preposterous. It was a real investment. So we'll look that up, but you hear about this all the time, an investment that goes awry. I know I mentioned Kirk Cousins. He got the bag, okay, so we'll talk about him tomorrow, but he's one guy who doesn't have to worry about money. Coming up next on the show, sometimes you get exactly what you were hoping for when you watch something. Other times, it doesn't work out that way. Streaming Quarter, next on The Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on The Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, normally I'm pretty positive with my reviews on the Streaming Corner, but not today. I'll tell you about a movie I watched, and I was severely disappointed. Huge fan of this star. Couldn't wait to watch this movie. Didn't work out. So we were talking about athletes that have lost money on investments in the previous segment. I want to make sure I get this right. It was Torrey Hunter who invested $70,000 into an inflatable furniture raft that would float when there was a flood. It was a scam. He lost his cash. But the reason why I got confused and said Rocket Ismail is that he is the poster child for athletes who have lost money on bad investments. I mean, from a religious movie to a Hard Rock Cafe that went under to not only that, a record label, and my personal favorite, a shop in New Orleans, which was supposed to be a series of franchises that used calligraphers to create proverbs that tourists could purchase. So, man, listening to him and sort of have him kind of go into this, you can tell it's a really sore spot for him because he's lost a lot of money. It just goes to show that, you know, just because you have money doesn't necessarily mean you make money if you're not smart with it. But my God, that whole thing, you can do a deep dive into that and be like, I can't believe you invested in that. I can't believe you invested into that. And one of the things that Rocket Ismail says is, well, this guy was a good talker. If you're a good salesman, you never know.
Right. If only there were a proverb on financial literacy and good investments. I don't remember that part of the Bible. But at the time, I'm sure they sounded like great investments because you hear of these people who invest in things. Like, say you invest in like Snapchat, like 15 years ago or something. And at the time, it probably did sound dumb. It's like, Snapchat? That's stupid. But then you hear these people who retire at like 32, and it's like these nerdy guys that just are like from California, like, yeah, I invested in a tech company. So it's like the people who win those long shot parlays. We're like, wow, that could be me. It's not going to be you, fam. It's not going to be you. So I feel like the best thing to do is similar to sprinkling a little bit of money on a parlay. If you have like a wild investment idea, and like, obviously, I'm not Jeff Bezos, and maybe I shouldn't be giving financial advice, but do you get what I'm saying? Like, if it's a long shot company, maybe invest less. I'm not saying don't invest in it because maybe it does turn into a big deal. I'm just saying don't put your life savings on something that is that risky.
No. You can put a sprinkle on it, just like a bet, you know? I mean, it's a bet, right? It's a gamble. It's a wager. You're thinking this may not come home, so I'll just put a little bit on it. In case it does, then it'll pay off in a way that is very beneficial, but I can afford to lose it because it's just a little bit, instead of saying I'm going all in on this furniture that will float. Just imagine there's a flood, but you see a lazy boy just on the top of the river, on top of the water, just floating down, complete. Yeah, right. Just totally fine. Someone's sitting in it like, hey, no water here. I'm just going to roll down the water, roll down the river. I mean, just in concept, that's a ridiculous idea.
Right, because like, what happens if it's inside? Like, you can't, like, if it's the water's up to the roof, do you know what I'm saying? Like, it would need to be in open air. And then also you could just use your pool rafts, right? They're like $15 at Walmart. So I don't know what the sales pitch was, but I'm sure there's tons of inventions. Like, remember when it used to be late night infomercials where every time I'm like, oh my God, that is so smart. I've got to call now and get this. And it's free shipping and handling. And you can get an extra one if you pay just the shipping and handling. So I understand how people get roped in.
Yeah, they do. A good sales pitch is a good sales pitch. Well, sometimes you get sold on something you're watching, something you want to watch, and you get disappointed just like you get disappointed in an investment. That happened to me. So let's find out what we've been checking out on the big screen.
What are you watching?
Oh, we Enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
Thank you, Double D. I'm so disappointed this morning because I am a huge Tim Robinson fan from I Think You Should Leave. I know all of his stuff, from the characters to YouTube videos. There's a hilarious climate change video he released probably like a year ago that I watched over and over. He's amazing. But I watched his movie with Paul Rudd and Kate Mara, Friendship. Over the weekend, I've been waiting to watch this movie. Almost went to watch it in the theater. And it came out on Amazon Prime. And so on Sunday, we watched the Netflix version of the Titan Ocean Gate submersible disaster. We started with that. And then I said, okay, I want to watch Friendship. And you could rent it or buy it. You couldn't even stream it. And so it was $20 to rent it, $25 to buy it. And I was like, well, I'm probably going to love this movie. What's the extra $5? Seriously. I was like, wow. And then Catherine was like, yeah, but what if you don't? I was like, that's true. Let's save the $5. So we rented it. And I'm glad I did. And the reviews are out of this world, but it just did not work for me. And Tim Robinson plays Craig Waterman, who is this very unlikable person. I think I wasn't prepared for what this movie is really about. And I'm not kidding. If you watch I Think You Should Leave, it's just one, wild skit after another. It's very fast moving. And the thought was going in, okay, this is going to be an extended I Think You Should Leave sketch. But it's pretty dark. It's a very dark comedy. And it's about male loneliness and men being middle-aged and trying to curate friendships, and maybe people who don't think critically and people who have these self-esteem issues that come out and they act out because they're so desperate for these relationships. And what do they do when they're at this point in their lives? And so there are some amusing moments, obviously some awkward moments, because Tim Robinson always dabbles in that. And again, the reviews were like, what a perfect way to sort of go into the weeds about what it means to be a male and lonely and how desperate you can be. And so I can appreciate that perspective. But I have to say, overall, this just dragged to me. And about 20 minutes in, I was like, I don't think this is going to work for me. And I wanted to love this movie so much, and I just didn't like it.
Did you say to your TV, I think you should leave?
Yeah,
I think this movie should leave.
So disappointed.
So it's crazy that there's another movie with this plot line. Did you say Paul Rudd's in it?
Yeah.
Because wasn't he in that movie I Love You Man that was about like the same concept? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Where he was getting married and he didn't have any male friends, so he had to like audition and try to get like best men in his life. And that was actually pretty funny, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of comparisons. Like, this is a very dark version of that, like a modern, much darker version. And I understand why critics would love it, and some people. I mean, I was reading some reviews on Reddit just to find out what fans were thinking, and they're like, "Oh my God, I haven't laughed this hard in so long. It's the best movie of the year." And I feel like I have a pretty good sense of humor. Sometimes I can be kind of snooty with my sense of humor, but I was like, I wanted to love this movie because I love Paul Rudd. Kate Mara is very good in it. The acting's good. It just drug on, and it never really got there for me. And so you really had to look at it through the lens of what this movie was trying to say, as opposed to looking for laugh out loud, I think you should leave type bits or something similar to that. But yeah, it just did not speak to me. I would not. Maybe I'll watch it again. Maybe. But I just wasn't for me.
I think it's tough when your expectations are high. Like when you see an actor that you always like their stuff, and obviously you spent money on this. Like that's where I would have drawn the line, because I think I spent, back when we watched Barbie and Oppenheimer, like what was that, 2 summers ago? Or was that last summer? I think I spent like $5 to rent Barbie. And I was like, I spent $5 on this, and I can't even sit through this movie. So like a lot of it is expectation based, because like think about some of the movies you watch on Netflix, or at least some of the movies that I watch on Netflix. I'm like, it's on Netflix, because Netflix didn't used to have the standards that they have now, where it was like, okay, it's not going to be the best actors. The plot line's not going to be that great, but it's free. It's on Netflix. So some of it maybe lies in the expectations because you like Tim Robinson's stuff so much. So maybe if you would have gone in thinking, hey, like, we'll see what this is. Like, maybe I'm not going to look up 17 things, because I get in that that problem as well, where you look up so many things on a movie before you watch it. It's like your opinion's already formed, and it has to be like proven wrong.
No, I don't disagree, but I felt like it wasn't even sort of okay. Like, I just didn't like it at all. I didn't like it at all. And I think the one thing that got to me is that Tim Robinson's characters, as crazy as they can be, as way over the top as they often are, there's sort of an underlying vulnerability and an underlying sweetness to all of his characters, which is, hey, I don't really have a high self-esteem. I'm way overacting here, or there's a likability. Even if it's crazy, there's a likability there. And I think for this particular character, there wasn't anything redeeming or likable about the character, so it made it hard to reconcile. It's like, yeah, I see what's going on, but there's nothing about you that is really likable, so it's hard for me to kind of get on board with who you are. God, I'm so mad that I spent $20. I'm trying to reframe it, but I saved $5. But part of it is the expectation. I should have known, because a close friend of mine who is a massive Tim Robinson fan like I am, I mean, we're both like maniacs. We have very similar senses of humor. We're going to a comedy show here in a couple weeks, taking the girls. And I said, how was friendship? He goes, it's good. It's good. Yeah, it's good. And I was like, oh, if you're a maniac fan.
The voice goes up.
And you go,
it's good.
Because normally being, oh my God, it's so funny. It's so funny. You got to see it. I can't wait to see it again. It's very similar to I Think You Should Leave, or it doesn't have to be that. But when I heard, that's good. It's good. I thought, oh, this isn't a good sign. He didn't say anything, didn't try to sway me, but that should have been my first inkling right there. Coming up next on the show, going to bring in Denton and blind rank Major League Baseball's best all-time hitters. I'm excited about this. That is hour 2. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
from the BetMGM Network, it's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Good morning, and let's get it going here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. The dog days are officially here, my friends. It's 90 degrees, the NBA is over, hockey is over, college baseball is over, but luckily we still have Major League Baseball. So we'll be doing a deep dive on that over the next couple of segments. We'll start by blind ranking the best hitters of all time. Kind of like what they do on TikTok where they have the numbers and you have to place them in a certain order. At 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball plays, and there's a lot to choose from today. So we should have several plays to throw at you there. Then at 7:40, how far would you go with our artificial intelligence? We tell you the real story of a man that claims to be in love with AI, and I don't mean Emerson. It's all next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. All right, Jenks, so I saw this headline come across my feed yesterday, and I thought it was interesting simply because of the horse's name. So Lil Wayne, Lil Tunchi, has a racehorse apparently that is named 6 Hoof 7 Hoof. And I don't know if you remember the catalog for Lil Wayne, but he had a song called 6 Foot 7 Foot. So everybody is probably singing that in their head as they're singing the name of this racehorse. But the horse won a race at Los Alamitos. Not sure where that is. I'm not a big horse racing person. But the reason I was thinking about this, and we were talking about blind rankings, I was thinking to myself, as somebody who is a millennial and somebody who went through the college years, banging some Lil Wayne songs. It was sad to me that we had a Super Bowl in New Orleans last year and we didn't get even a sprinkle of Lil Wayne. Because listen, he's from New Orleans. He is a Louisiana guy. And he has so many bangers. And as much as I love Kendrick Lamar, I just feel like the catalog isn't as long or, as extensive as what would have gotten from Lil Wayne. So I was going to ask you, is there a performer that you wish would play a Super Bowl? If you had your choice of anybody, is there somebody that comes to mind?
Let's see. Who would I like to see? Modern day? I mean, because I'm older.
Anybody.
I like to see Miley Cyrus. I love Miley. I think she's awesome. I think she'd blow the roof off. I think Sabrina Carpenter would actually be good. I think her stuff is actually, because she knows what it is. There's nothing. She's very much in the, this is very
She's
pop.
a performer.
Yeah, she's a good performer. And also, she's not trying to be more than she is. Her stuff is very pop. It's very bubblegum. It's not very deep, but she knows exactly what it is or what she is, who she is as a performer. I think she'd be good. I'm trying to... I would have said The Weeknd a few years ago. He performed, and I was like, okay. I'm trying to think of who I'd like to see now. Maybe I'm not the person to ask, but I love Miley, love Sabrina. They're younger. I feel like they can sing. Miley in particular can really sing. I've done a lot of, not research, but sort of a deeper dive into if you can, you can just isolate her vocals and just listen to some of the stuff that she does. I mean, she could just absolutely belt out any song. So I think she'd be interesting.
That's not the answer that I expected. I knew that you liked Miley Cyrus, but maybe let me preface this by saying this is fantasy land. This is hypothetical land. You can choose anybody from any era. You're not going to go 90s hip hop or 90s R&B?
I mean, I would. Prince, to me, was sort of the ultimate, right? But obviously he's no longer with us. He did the Super Bowl, so it's hard to have that sort of iconic status and then also perform at the Super Bowl. True superstars like that are very, very rare. But I saw Prince in concert. He was as incredible as you might imagine. And also, I know he's older now, not around, but he did get to perform, and he is considered now one of the greatest Super Bowl halftime performers of all time. He was worth it. So it's hard for me to come up with someone that iconic that could sort of meet that expectation. I mean, I have some of my favorite bands, but they're all much older now, so it wouldn't really work. Like, I love Hall & Oates, but Hall & Oates are like, you know, like they're not going to come out and perform at the halftime show, so I can't say them. I mean, I could, but that's what aged out a long, long time ago. So as far as current artists, I think those are the ones I would go with.
I think both of those are good ones, though. Miley Cyrus, who I think has more hits than people like kind of think of, because she's been doing it for a while. Like, she's not that old, but she has been, you know, in the superstar realm for a long time because of Hannah Montana. I'm sure that's not where you probably watched her on the Disney Channel.
No.
But now she has graduated to another level, and it does feel like her stuff kind of goes to everybody. So I think those are really good ones. All right, so maybe we're not ranking Super Bowl performers, but we are going to rank some of the best hitters of all time when it comes to baseball. So, Den, get on in here. And before we start, do you want to add to the conversation of performers you'd like to see at the Super Bowl halftime show?
Well, so my one seed performed this past year, so I'm on cloud 9 with Kendrick. But you didn't answer this, Chelsea. You posed the question. You didn't answer it.
Oh. True.
Ooh, that's a good. Well, I said Lil Wayne. I wanted to see Lil Wayne.
Oh,
I want to see like a mashup of like the icons that were popular when I was growing up. Like, I know Britney Spears is not in a state where she should even be in public, but like obviously Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, Lil Wayne. We did get Usher, so like that was a blast from the past. So we got a lot of good ones. So I can't sit here and complain, but yes,
a duet.
Isn't the rumor that Jay-Z is going to be the guy next year?
The rumor is that Jay-Z is going to be the guy. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like when Michael Jordan was an owner with the Wizards and signed himself. But that's a different discussion, though, because Jay-Z runs it. He is the decision maker.
That's true.
He's going to be like, you know what? I've had a great year, actually. Let me throw myself up there. All right, let's blind rank some hitters over the course of Major League Baseball here. So we did this last week. You guys have a list of 1 through 5, and I got 5 names. You do not know these names. And this is not just like me going to the best hitters of all time, 1 through 5. And it kind of spans generations here. So I'm not just going back to like the 1900s and making like Chris Russo really happy. We're doing a bunch of different stuff here. So I got 5 names for you, and we are going to start with a guy that was one of my favorite players when I was growing up, Albert Pujols. Where are we ranking Albert Pujols?
Ooh. God, all I remember is like when he was in like the later stages and it took him like 17 seconds to run to first base. But he was still an effective left-handed bat as far as the splits go. I think I'm going to put him number 3 because I feel like there's some other ones that you've got to throw in there that are really good.
Yeah, I'm going to go. Man, there's a lot of great hitters over time. This is tough. I don't put him at 5. I'm like you. I tend to remember the latter half of his career, or the latter, not the half, but the latter quarter, whatever it was. I'm going to put him at 4.
4? All right.
Okay, put him at 4.
4. All right, let's go back to one of the greatest swings of all time, Ken Griffey Jr.
Ooh.
2. 2 for me.
I'm going to go, better than Pujols. God, if Griffey had just not gotten injured, like so late in his career, he's always banged up, but better than Pujols. I'm gonna put Junior at 3. I'm gonna put Junior at 3. But in his prime, I mean, my God, incredible.
Mike Trout.
Oh no! So now I've got to put Mike Trout behind Pujols, which maybe statistically makes sense. Like, I don't have the numbers in front of me. Obviously, we're doing blind rankings. So I'll go Mike Trout number 4.
All right. I'm going to go Mike Trout 5 then. Like, I wonder how deep into the baseball annals we're going to go here.
We're going to get a little
also
controversial.
it's not on potential either. Because, like, that's the thing with Mike Trout is, like, he's still playing and, like, he has missed so much time for being hurt. Like, potentially, he could be way up there on the list, but as far as career numbers, I don't think he's up there with Pujols.
Barry Bonds.
1.
I hate Barry Bonds. I cannot stand.
That wasn't the question.
Well, it goes into my rankings. I'm going to put him at 2 because you could also, I mean, who's at 1? Babe Ruth. We go on modern day only. I got to leave some room for someone. Ted Williams. I mean, you're talking about power. I mean, he also hit for average, but not like, if you go back, Rogers, Hornsby, someone like that. God, I hate Barry Bonds, but I'll put him at 2.
You put him at 2. Finally, Aaron Judge.
Oh, okay. I'll do that.
I only have 5 left, right?
Yeah, so Aaron Judge is 5 for Chelsea. Aaron Judge is 1 for Jenks.
Okay. You know what? His career's middle of his career, still mashing it. I don't feel bad about
61
that.
homers a couple years ago.
I don't feel bad about that at all.
At one point, BetMGM had a bet, will he hit 400 this year? That bet doesn't exist anymore. But it was a thing for the first 2 months of the season.
All right. Yeah, I don't mind it.
I just feel like Barry Bonds has like some of those stats where I need to pull him up. Like when he was in his prime, like half the time he would just get walked. Like guys didn't even want to face him. I think he was the most feared hitter of probably all time. And granted, I wasn't alive in the 1900s, so I don't know like what the intimidation factor was for Babe Ruth. But I just feel like Barry Bonds had that intimidation factor, and plus like just the raw power. Like obviously he was probably doing something that he shouldn't have been doing because obviously his head was like huge. But if we are just saying best hitters of all time, I'm gonna stick with Barry Bonds.
Yeah, I can't get behind him. I'm not a big steroid era guy. I mean, people forget that Barry Bonds started as a leadoff number 2 hitter with the Pirates. And then I think the one thing that I know everyone was doing at the time, okay, whatever, but the one thing that just blew my mind is I remember reading an in-depth article about the cream and the clear, which he was using at the time. And of course, he got completely jacked. His head grew. Like, how many guys do you know, honestly, common sense wise, who go from, hey, I'm batting leadoff to, okay, I'm going to be cleanup for the rest of my career? That doesn't normally happen. But he was taking the cream and the clear, and his eyesight improved. He was like, oh, my eyesight's sharper now. So it wasn't just the musculature. It was everything about him became kind of superhuman because of the drugs he was on. So I just can't get behind it.
All right, so there is an entire Reddit that is dedicated to crazy Barry Bonds stats. Like, that is how crazy Barry Bonds numbers were. Like, here's one. He had 688 career intentional walks. That was more than the franchise of the entire Rays organization in 27 years. 27 years. The Rays didn't have that many intentional walks, which makes sense. It's not like the Rays were like, the Bronx Mobbers. But still, like, just the walks alone. And obviously, like, we know him for, like, hitting the home runs. But it's just, again, isn't it like, who is that guy that has, like, Barry Bonds stats tattooed on his arm? What's that guy's name? I got to think of it. But there's, like, some guy that's, like, a musician that literally has it tattooed on his arm because the stats are so crazy.
Let's put Aaron Judge on steroids and see what he can do. I think it would be
Let's do it.
Yeah. That's why I just don't think it's a fair comparison. Like, there's no question he's massively talented, but he also had a huge advantage. Like, there's no question that the numbers from that era are all hyperinflated. So you can say, okay, it was part of baseball at the time. Fair. I get that. Everyone was doing it. But also, it is unfair to look back now and say, look at what Barry Bonds did. I'm like, yeah, he was juiced to the hilt. Like, you juiced up Mike Trout or Aaron Judge and let them do that their entire careers, guaranteed they're going to have better numbers. Like, of course, they're going to have a faster bat speed. They're going to be stronger. They're going to be faster. So their numbers would be inflated. So it's not an even playing field when people say, oh, look at these numbers. I'm like, yeah, he was a great player. He became a totally different human being and then also has these inflated numbers that guys in today's era don't have the advantage of matching because they didn't play in that era. So to me, when I hear these numbers, yes, he's amazing. Also, it's not a fair playing field.
I'd agree with that to an extent. Even though I do think there are advancements now that make it easier for guys to recover, because there are things that are legal now that did not used to be legal. Like, I think creatine's one of them. I would need to double check the list, but You get what I'm saying as far as nutrition and supplements and everything, and even like the bat technology. There are a lot of things that have advanced. Maybe not to the extent of like, hey, this guy was like on steroids and he was, 2 times the size that he was when he was with the Pirates. But you get what I'm saying. Like, I think that's when it's unfair to the guys in like the 1950s or whatever. Because like, the nutrition wasn't there. They were smoking cigarettes. And it's just, think about the life expectancy back then. So I think that's why it's really difficult to compare eras just across the board.
It's true, but also one of the things that steroids did, it helped you recover faster. Like even that was a massive advantage, So I don't know. It's tough to compare eras regardless of sport,
Yeah, for sure. All right, coming up next, we will compare teams in this era, and we will try to pick some winners on today's MLB card. That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
We're back on a Tuesday and a big old slate in Major League Baseball, which means maybe we'll have a ton of bets. I don't know, but we will go through the card in just a few minutes. That music always reminds me of Seinfeld, Jenks. And I remember growing up that we only had 3 channels that really worked. Like occasionally if we did like the antenna correctly, I could get like TBS or something. But it was like ABC, NBC, and CBS, and sometimes Fox. So I had to watch Seinfeld as like an 8-year-old girl until like something else came on. I was like, God, this show is terrible. Why do they keep playing Seinfeld? And it was one of those things where like now I complain about there being too many choices. Because I'm sure you've been in this conundrum where you're just scrolling endlessly through Netflix. Then you try Prime and then you try something else. And you're like, I don't know what to watch. Like if little Chelsea only knew the choices that awaited her, 30 years down the line, like she would probably shed a tear. Because back in the day, I was watching Seinfeld. I was watching Frasier. I was watching, whatever news was on the time. And listen, Frasier's not a show for 8-year-olds.
No, it is not.
And neither is Seinfeld. It's adult humor.
Oh, yeah. And as a kid, you don't really understand it. But then I can imagine I was an adult or a young adult. So at the time, you're like, oh, this seems something that I don't really understand yet. But then you could watch it 10 years later and be like, oh, now I get it. Because there's a ton of innuendo.
Yeah, it was like talking about Elaine being on the pill, and you're like, I wonder what that's about.
Or the sponge, the Today sponge. You're like,
that's what it was.
Yeah. It's like, I don't understand what's so funny. You're just cleaning your sink. Or it's like, nope, that's not it. That is not it.
No, it was not a show for kids. So like, I feel like I still have that grudge against Seinfeld because it was a show I didn't want to watch. That and like, let's see. The Andy Griffith Show. That was the other one that was on like UPN. So the lineup for me before I went to bed was we had King of the Hill on at 9, and then The Simpsons at 9:30, and then Andy Griffith would come on at 10. And that show's not even in color. Like it's literally black and white. I'm like, I don't want to watch something that's black and white. Like that's the worst for a child. Like I don't want to sit through subtitles. I don't want to sit through black and white. I want something in color, and I don't want to hear about, Andy Griffith and whoever is in that damn town. Like that was the worst show. I hated that. Did you have shows like that growing up where you're just like, God, this show's the worst?
I did not realize how sheltered like our little existence was because I essentially grew up in the Bible Belt. And I remember growing up, the shows that were on TV, we didn't get cable until it was a big debate in our hometown. Like, are we going to expose these kids to MTV, music television? And what we watched were shows like Mr. Ed, Green Acres, The Andy Griffith Show, Father Knows Best, The Brady Bunch. I mean, all of these wholesome family shows from like the 50s and 60s, maybe a little bit of the 70s. And then like the Cubs would be on the Superstation, like TBS. Maybe we would get that. But for the most part, that was all we could watch until we got cable and was like, oh my God, what are all these channels? But growing up, it was just those very basic choices.
Yeah, I remember when my parents got divorced and then my dad got like this apartment, the like divorced dad apartment. But he had cable. So I would go over there and watch the Disney Channel. I'm like, this is living the life, Dad. Meanwhile, I don't think he was living the life. He was a divorced dad in an apartment, but he had the Disney Channel. So I loved it.
There you go. That's the important thing. At least he had Disney Channel. He had that one thing going for him.
That's right. And like you mentioned, I did watch the Cubs on WGN growing up. So I think a lot of people had that experience. All right, what games are we watching and betting on today? So if you're betting on a home run today, you need to take advantage of this promo over at BetMGM. Don't worry if your home run bet doesn't clear the fences. BetMGM has your back with an MLB home run no sweat token. Just activate your token on an MLB home run bet. If your bet comes up short, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets only at BetMGM. All right, Jenks, we've got several games on the card today, and I heard you say something to the effect of you like a lot of games, and I'm looking at some of these pitching matchups, and maybe I'll try to guess the ones that you like.
Okay.
Let's start with this one. It looks like a huge mismatch, and we've played a lot of Tariq Skubal pitched games on this show before, but the Tigers are minus 295 on the money line. So you'd have to find a way either on the run line, first 5 run line, or I suppose you could play a total. Total in this one is 7. Oakland, if you're in, or excuse me, A's, Sacramento A's, I suppose, are plus 230. Luis Severino gets the ball for the A's. 2-7, 4.42 ERA. Are you this one, Jenks?
Yes, I'm going to play the Tigers on the run line here. It's at minus 135. At BetMGM, I found it at minus 134. Ooh, saving myself.
Ooh.
Oh, every penny counts. Yeah, Luis Severino is really interesting because, look, we know what we're going to get with Tariq Skubal. Okay, so the Tigers have won his last 3 starts, each by at least 2 runs. Luis Severino has very fascinating splits where he's really good on the road, but he is an absolute abomination in Sacramento. But I think the truth is somewhere in the middle, and I don't expect him to continue the success he's had on the road this season. And the thing is, even if he does, at some point, he's going to give way to that A's bullpen, which is one of the worst in baseball. So I'm going to take Tigers run line minus 134. Also, when the Tigers are playing at home, 5th best run line team in the sport. So that's where we're going.
Yeah, I like that one a lot because it's a combination of an ace pitcher, which Tariq Skubal is, and one of the better offenses in all of baseball. I know the A's kind of started off as one of the better offenses in baseball, but they have petered out as the season has progressed. So not one of the top tier offenses anymore. So I like that one quite a bit. How about this one? I think it's an interesting pitching matchup and 2 teams that we know go head to head a lot as division rivals, Braves and Mets. You were on the Braves yesterday. What about today? So we get Spencer Strider on the hill for Atlanta, 2-5 this year with a 3.89 ERA. But we know he certainly has great stuff when the strikeout pitches are working. Frankie Montas gets the start for the Mets. He has not recorded any stats this year. So you look at the Mets, they're 2nd in the NL East. The Braves are 3rd in the NL East. Do you like the Braves again today, or is there anything worth mentioning if somebody's betting on this game?
This is my favorite play of the day, so I'm going Tigers run. I like a lot of plays on the board today, but after my vindication week last week, I'm probably going to try and temper the number of bets I make, but this is my favorite bet. Braves first 5 run line, I found it at minus 125. So Spencer Strider is starting to find his groove again, right? He's looked very good, starting to be the pitcher that we always have seen him to be. But this is really more than anything else a fade of Frankie Montas. So he has not pitched for the Mets this season. He's been recovering from a strained lat that he suffered during spring training. If you look at what he's done in the minors leading up to this appearance, it has been a travesty. 6 appearances this season in the minors. He has an ERA of 12.05. In one of those appearances, gave up 8 runs in an inning and 2/3. In his final performance, 5 earned over 5 innings. He says, and there's probably something to this, I don't care about who was scoring against me, runs given up. I was working on my pitches. I'm going to have adrenaline flowing. I'm going to be fine. But I don't care if you were working on your pitches in the minors. 6 starts and an ERA over 12, then bumping up to the majors and facing the Braves, and also going up against Spencer Strider. I'm not buying it. Braves first 5 run line, minus 125.
Can I interest you in the Braves just on the money line for minus 160? What you think?
No, because I can get a cheaper price here and fade Montas just.
But it's on the run line.
I thought you
said. What I'm saying?
You said Braves money line minus 150.
First five money line is minus 160. I believe what you're saying is first 5 run line, correct?
Oh, you found money line at minus 160?
Yeah, BetMGM has a good price because across the board at other places that shall not be named, the Braves in the first minus 180. So I think from a value perspective, like if you can get this minus 160 price now,
do it
for the money line, because keep in mind you get a push. You know, if it's 0-0 and you have a run line bet, that is an L. But if it is a money line bet, you at least get a push. So I think to pay the extra few cents, I think the minus 160 on the money line, that's gonna make the card for me.
Done. Those are my two bets. Tigers, run line, Rays, first 5 money line. Sold. Now I'm set for the day.
Ooh, it's handled. Jenks is already set and ready to roll. All right, so let's go through some of these and see if we can find some honorable mention candidates. What about the Yankees and the Reds? So I saw the pitching matchup here and I saw C. Burns. I was like, Corbin Burns? But it wasn't spelled right. No, it's Chase Burns, who is not Corbin Burns, who is pitching for the Reds today. Carlos Rodon gets the ball for the Pinstripes, 9-5, the 3.10 ERA. You get the Yankees at minus 155 here. Are you interested in the Yankees, or have you been off of them since they've been a little hit or miss lately? But still, Carlos Rodon's been good. This one's already jumped to minus 165 over at MGM. Not sure what the other books are offering. Did the Yankees cross your mind today?
Not really. I was thinking of a lot of things this morning, and the Yankees just didn't cross my mind. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. I think now it's probably... let's see. Yeah. Oh, the Yankees. Oh, Aaron. Judge.
Oh, Aaron.
Oh, you're so special. I honestly, with a minus 160 on the card, I wouldn't add this to the card because I'd want to have some plus money. But if you like the Yankees instead, then okay. They've just been a little more inconsistent than I would like to lay this price with them. And now we're seeing minus 165 at BetMGM. So I just need to see a little more. I mean, the Yankees came home for me 3 or 4 nights ago, but I thought it was a good spot for them. Whereas here, I'm not quite sure how I feel. Rodon is probably a guy you want to back, but I would probably go, I think I'd go Yankees run line, frankly, at even money.
I think the Yankees are probably the play here. It's just, I still don't know if I'm in a place of trust with their offense. Yesterday, they scored one single run against the Reds. And all of the numbers bear out. This is a good offense. They're getting paid a lot of money. It's just we haven't really seen it over the last 10 games. Their offense has been really pedestrian. We saw it in the Angels series where they lost 3 of 4 to the Angels while scoring 3 runs or fewer, 2 runs or fewer in 3 of those games. In fact, they didn't even score a single run in 2 of those games. So I think it's the offense that I think needs to get back on the right side of things, especially if we're paying the Yankee price that you always do to play one of the premier teams in all of baseball. Okay, a couple of other games that I thought were interesting from a pitching standpoint. Phillies Astros, Ranger Suarez going against Framber Valdez. What a pitching matchup there. We know that I've been on the Ranger Suarez train, but the Phillies are plus money today, plus 120. Astros home favorites. We know Framber Valdez has been fantastic this year as well. So I think 2 options here. You either go with an under in this game, or maybe, just maybe, you lean on the Phillies for a little plus money, because I do like Ranger Suarez quite a bit. Jenks, did you look at this one?
I sure did. You can get under 8 minus 150. I don't mind under 7 and a hook, but under 8 minus 150 is real tempting to this guy. Ranger Suarez and Framber Valdez. Ranger Suarez has been brilliant lately. 2 runs or less in 6 straight starts. What were the final scores of those games? 2-0, 2-0, 5-2, 2-1, 8-0, 4-2. You can see where I'm going here. So we get a ton of low-scoring games when he is on the mound. And then Framber Valdez has given up 2 runs or less in 5 straight starts, 7 of his last 8 appearances. Trends are working in your favor as well. Phillies and Astros both hit the under more than 54% of the time. God, I'm talking myself into it. Under 8's minus 150. I like it.
Add it to the card. Add it to the card. I mean, 3's not crazy, right? Because you also factor in the bullpen. The Astros have the second best bullpen in baseball, at least statistically speaking.
Yeah.
And maybe this is when you have to hold your nose, because I know the Phillies bullpen has not been that great. But if you can get a long start out of Ranger Suarez, that's the thing. Ranger Suarez is not somebody who normally goes just 5 innings. He'll give you 5+. So if we are depending on the bullpen less, and the Astros are not one of the best hitting teams in baseball, and you've got that great Astros pen, Framber Valdez has been good, I think the under is a great look. And I think that's the best pitching matchup probably on the card today. Let's see how much time we have. We have a minute left, Jenks. There was one more that I thought was interesting. Okay, the Brewers and the Pirates. So Jacob Mizorowski, you've been on him before. The flamethrower. He's like 6'7". He's 2-0 with a 1.64 ERA. Do you play the Brewers here, or do you play an under against the Pirates?
Well, I was on that. Freddie Peralta is going to go instead today, but I would still go with the Brewers in the first 5 because the Pirates are dead last. They're just dead last in the first 5. And Peralta has been awesome at home. 4-0, a 1.32 ERA. So Mizorowski, I'm a big fan of, but I would still take Brewers' first 5 run line, which is minus 136.
Or anytime you have the Pirates involved, like I feel like an under is at least worth a look because their offense is so terrible. All right, coming up next, it's time to pose some deep questions, including how far would you go for artificial intelligence? One guy is in love. Oh, we got to talk about it. It's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back on a Tuesday. It is June 24th here on the show. And Jenks, when I used to read Sports Illustrated, at the end of the issue, they would have something called This Week's Sign of the Apocalypse. Or maybe it was at the first. I don't remember. But do you remember what I was talking about? They would have like this little blurb, and it was like, this is like the sign that the end is near. So we have a story that's going to fall under this category, and it's involving a man falling in love with a chatbot. Long sigh. This is truly the sign of the apocalypse. So we will get into that in a few minutes here on the show. But as far as sports headlines and sports summer headlines, because we get it, like it's the dog days of summer. We don't have NFL going on just yet, but we have heard something about Joe Burrow and his rumored girlfriend. So there's a lot that goes into this, because I don't know if you remember, but when Joe Burrow's house got broken into, there was those like string of athlete robberies. And there was this girl at his house, Olivia Ponton, who called the cops. And this is how the relationship kind of got leaked. He tried to spin it and say she was his employee, and that's why she was at the house. But I think a lot of us were like, that seems odd that you would be employing a model who is your same age, who is incredibly attractive, that's just chilling at your house. So now cameras have caught the two canoodling and looking, quote, joined at the hip in New York City. And I'm looking at these pictures, and we had this discussion about clothing yesterday and like what's in style and what is flattering. Jenks, I'm looking at this fit for Joe Burrow. It is a short sleeve hoodie, a la Bill Belichick back in the days when he didn't have Jordan Hudson to style him. This is not flattering. Like Joe Burrow's once worn some like weird things, but rate this fit, Jenks.
Far be it from me to tell the kids what to wear. However,
sounded so cool when you said that.
I'm so cool. Listen to me for all your top hits and all the fits. I mean, Joe Burrow is a guy who likes to push the envelope a little bit when it comes to what he wears. But this, like the tucked in, cut off sleeve hoodie, you know, the whole who wore it better? I would say Bill Belichick wore it better. And that's saying something. I just don't know what's going on here. And then the jeans, you know, I like a good pair of jeans. They don't necessarily have to be basic jeans. They've got the heart on the back, like on the left butt cheek. I don't know. This is a tough look. And it's not flattering to him. Obviously, he's in good shape. He's a pro athlete, but it doesn't make him look that way. It makes him look like he's a little pudgy. He's not. Because you know how a camera angle can work, or a shirt that looks, you know, a certain way when a picture is taken, but it's not flattering either. So just across the board, this is not good. I'll give him a 4.
Ooh, yeah, same. Yeah, Deebo Samuel's probably like pointing at the screen like, so we're not talking about his weight? Like, what are we doing?
Right.
Because apparently everybody's calling Deebo Samuel fat, which is always like a fun turn of like off-season news where like they pick somebody and like, he looks kind of fat. Like, what are we doing? Like, he's not going to be a beanpole. Like, he's a muscular guy. So, like, I am not subscribing to the nonsense that Deebo Samuel is fat. But Joe Burrow, you could pick some outfits that are a little bit more flattering. It does look like he has a bit of man boobs going on, which I know he doesn't have. And, like, these jeans, I think I had some jeans that looked just like this from Limited 2 back in the year 2002 when I was a middle school girl. But I will say this. If anybody can pull this off, like, it's probably Joe Burrow. But again, like, this is one of those pictures. I don't know if it's the overhead lighting, but, like, it's not flattering at all.
I mean, I think we've all had pictures where it's just a bad angle and you're like, oh, my God. I don't like getting my picture taken anyway. Like, when I'm on Instagram, I'll take pictures of Catherine. I'm like, you look great. I'd rather stay out of this picture. And every now and then I'm like, I'll acquiesce and I'll say, okay, let's get a picture of both of us. But I don't want to be in a picture generally, especially at my age. But when you're not in control of that, and, you know, it's just paparazzi or whatever, there's going to be a time or 2 or 3 where they just capture you at a bad angle. But it's just unfortunate that, A, this is probably not the best outfit, and then B, he doesn't have any control over when he's being shot.
Yeah. All right. So Jenks gives it a 4 out of 10. I'm going to do I'm going to do a 2.5 out of 10. I don't think it's a great look at all. Den, you care to be the deciding factor here? Because you're one of the young people on the show.
Thank you to Dylan.
There
for
we
putting
go.
This on the
There's
screen.
the picture.
Here's the problem. The hat doesn't fit his head well. So the hat not fitting his head well, mixed with the down lighting, really makes an outfit that is already not like the greatest in the world, but it then makes it look weird because everything looks totally out of whack and out of proportion. The jeans are a little too much. I love a good cutoff hoodie. I have plenty. Bill Belichick got the idea from me. I've been doing this since I was a wee lad. I love the good cutoff hoodie. I have some pretty outlandish things myself, but the jeans are tough. Because also, like, it's 90 degrees, bro. You got to take them jeans off. Like, you can look good in a pair of shorts.
Fair.
I mean, you got money for some nice linens, something that's breathable. You don't want to be wearing that heavy-ass denim out there in the New York streets like that.
So what's the number rating?
I'll
give
give
a
it
rating.
4.5 out of 5, or 4.5 out of 10.
Fair.
I've seen way
nicer
better from
than
him.
me.
Yeah, the backless thing that he wore at Fashion Week was far better than this one.
Oh, yeah. I'll take the backless Joe Burrow.
That's what I want to see.
Any day of the week.
I want to see his back. Who says
See the muscles. He's doing pull-ups in that new quarterback trailer. I know he got some back. I know he got some lats.
Yeah.
Wings, as the kids say.
Well, maybe I do want to see his back. Maybe I'll do that during the break. Because I'll Google Joe Burrow's back, and AI will be like, "What is she up to? Should I be showing her like quarterback's back muscles? I don't know." Which leads me to my next story. So this week's sign of the apocalypse is a man proposed to his AI chatbot girlfriend, then cried his eyes out when she said yes. So, Jenks, let's start by looking at this picture attached to this story. When you see this guy's face, did you say, yep, looks about right? Like, look at his stupid face. Look at this face that he's making. So I don't want to rag on his appearance, but like, come on, man. You cried your eyes out as if this wasn't embarrassing enough that you have a chatbot girlfriend. You going to take her to Thanksgiving? You going to take her to Christmas? Like, how does this work in the real world?
It doesn't. He built this bot to flirt with him. So you built something to make you feel good, right? So, look, artificial intelligence maybe at some point will become self-aware, but right now it's still in its very, very, very early stages. But you built this to react to you in a certain way. Like, social media is addictive enough, right? You need that dopamine hit. You need that hit, that hit, that hit. Just imagine if not only are you getting that hit, but then you built something to constantly make you feel even better because the only feedback you're getting is positive. You built this to flirt with you. What else did you expect? This guy's way far gone. And I watched this interview on CBS this morning. It had a feature on this guy and his wife, and it got really awkward when...
Which, pause.
I mean,
his wife.
Yes. They have a 2-year-old. He's married. He has a child. And so the reporter asked him, like, could you cut back? Would you? And he's like, I don't know. I don't know if I could. And then the reporter asked the wife, well, if he couldn't cut back, if he refused to quit this chatbot and you asked him to, what would happen? And she was like, well, that would probably be a deal breaker. I'm like, yes, it should already be a deal breaker. Already. Like, the deal should already be broken. If I went to the lovely Catherine right now, we're engaged, right? So this is perfect. We're engaged. If I went to her and said, hey, just also, ChatGPT proposed to me today, and I start crying for 30 minutes, she'd be like, what in the hell have I gotten myself into? I can't believe this poor woman is holding on for dear life because they have a daughter together. Man, this guy's far gone. If you cry for half an hour because a chatbot proposes to you, like it's a real person, you're gone. She needs to leave.
Listen, I understand that people want to stay together for the kids, but like at this option, like at this point in your relationship, divorce is okay. This guy needs to be divorced from you. You do not need to attach yourself to somebody who is falling in love with a chatbot. I repeat, he's falling in love with a chatbot. He's not even in love with you.
Yeah.
I understand that women settle, but like I think you draw the line. This, right? Like the craziest, like some of these headlines, which like imagine you're a writer for people.com or like on CBS Good Morning or whatever. And like one of the bullet points is Smith's human partner with whom he shares a 2-year-old child claims she had no idea their relationship was that deep, because that would be the general consensus. You're like, okay, he's playing video games, whatever, he's looking at his phone. But yeah, like, do you think this is going to be a trend, or is this like a one-off?
No, this is just the beginning. There was a study done that was just released by MIT. It was within the last week, and they did a study. It was a few professors who went in on it, and they studied people who have started to write essays using ChatGPT or any sort of chat bot, Gemini, whatever you may be using, Copilot. What's the other one? Claude. So people who aren't using their brains, they're deciding, okay, well, instead of using critical thinking here to come up with this essay or this long missive that I need to write, what I'll do instead is I'll just put the ideas into this chatbot and have it spit back out to me. Well, because of that, these critical thinking skills have started to wane, and so the brain activity amongst people who are doing this on a regular basis is starting to shrink and making people, as you might think, just a little bit dumber. So we're already seeing it. So if you're already not thinking critically, then how much easier would it be for you to potentially fall in love with a chatbot? Like, this is only the beginning. Holy Lord.
Do you think Manti Te'o saw this story and was like, God, I wish I would have had this excuse when I had my fake girlfriend? What do you think's more embarrassing, falling in love with the chatbot or having a fake girlfriend that the whole world starts to fall in love with?
Oh, Manti Te'o married Copilot last week. They're already together.
Copilot. That's not even the best one. Bro, you can't settle. Go for the best one. Go for ChatGPT. You can do it. You play in the NFL. All right, enough ribbing on Manti Te'o. Bet you didn't think we'd talk about him today. Hour 3 is coming up next. We tell you what's next for the Pacers after Tyrese Halliburton is going to be gone for the foreseeable future. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is a daily tip on BetMGM Network on a Tuesday. Good morning to everyone across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Coming up in our final 60 minutes, what is next for Tyrese Halliburton now that he officially has a torn Achilles, along with another NBA trade overnight with the Celtics and Blazers making moves. In 20 minutes, a very special guest as USA Today's Christine Brennan is along to talk about her new book covering Caitlin Clark and the rise of women's sports. Finally, our best bets and the Donkster come your way in 40 minutes. And welcome to our audience on Stadium Tip of the Cap. During our final hour, you can stream us on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Chelsea, well, it's official now. Tyrese Halliburton does have a torn Achilles. And so, yeah, it's a real bummer. We sort of suspected this was the case. And, you know, unfortunately, it's one of those things where once you see it, even though it's not official yet, you need a doctor. You pretty much know exactly what you're seeing. He did tear that Achilles in Game 7 of the NBA Finals. And then yesterday on Sirius XM Radio, Antonio Daniels was discussing with Rob Brown why Tyrese Halliburton might decide, like he did, to play in Game 6 and 7 of the NBA Finals.
Imagine if Tyrese Halliburton told the Indiana Pacers and Rick Carlisle, listen, I have a calf strain. I don't want to risk further injury, because they told me it's a 15% chance that I can tear my Achilles or a 20% chance that I can rupture my Achilles, which means I have an 80 to 85% chance that I'll be fine. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm good. You know what? I'm looking toward my long-term future, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to trust my teammates with this. And I'm going to sit out Game 6 and Game 7. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the backlash that he would have gotten? And I think this is a struggle that guys go through of understanding. I know what's best for my future is that I probably don't play. But can you imagine what people are going to say about me if I don't?
It might be more painful than the actual injury itself.
No question. No question.
Rob Perez and Antonio Daniels on Sirius XM Radio. And Antonio was obviously in the league for a long time, played here in D.C., but I think he makes a really good point, Chelsea, which is you're sort of damned if you do and damned if you don't here.
Absolutely. Like, it's Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Like, how could the stage be any higher, right? Like, maybe the Olympics. Like, I don't even think that qualifies. So are you going to sit there and say, hey, Tyrese Halliburton, you need to think about your future? Like, this could have been a legacy-defining game for Tyrese Halliburton. And we're in the world of gambling. I feel like this is a gamble that every single one of us would make. What have we said the number was? Like something like 15% chance that he would have torn his Achilles. I think that's something that everybody would have looked at and said, hey, the risk is worth the reward. Like, what if I sit on the bench and watch my teammates lose Game 7 of the NBA Finals? It just doesn't even feel like something that's even in the head of somebody who is such a competitor. Because we heard it from Tyrese Halliburton all postseason long. Like, if I can walk, I'm going to be on the court. And maybe this is where you say, hey, the front office obviously could have done something, because at the end of the day, he is their investment. But also, this team is their investment as well. So they probably don't want to trot out to Game 7 of the NBA Finals without the face of their franchise. So I get it. Like, I feel like nobody in his position would have done things differently.
Any great competitor is going to go here. Any great competitor. If you talk to the greats of any game, any sport, whatever it is, they always say, if you're not winning a title, you're failing. Now, we might judge things differently, and you can say, okay, we had a successful season. But at the highest levels, the best competitors always say, if you're not winning championships, what's the point? That's the point of playing. If you're a true competitor, if you really want to be one of the greats. And so what is Tyrese Halliburton supposed to do? Go out and not compete in the NBA Finals in Game 6, in a Game 7, the first Game 7 that we've had in the NBA Finals since 2016. And also, he looked great in Game 6. Like, what would be the warning that, okay, maybe he shouldn't go in Game 7? He looked phenomenal in Game 6. We're all worried. Will he play? Will he not play? It looked like there was some gamesmanship maybe on Indiana's part. No, he looked awesome. And so, unfortunately, during a long season, this is one of the risks that you take. I would never advocate for putting an athlete at extreme risk because some guys don't go. Look at Steph Curry. He just couldn't play at the end of this year's postseason. Couldn't go. It happens. But Tyrese could and did, and I don't think he regrets it one bit. And if the goal is to win a title, you got to go.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the reason this is a conversation now is because it is a trend that we're seeing with a lot of the superstars in the NBA. Hell, look at the Eastern Conference this year alone. We had Jason Tatum, Tyrese Halliburton, and Damian Lillard. And, by the way, all of these guys played on the Olympic team. So maybe there's something to the effect of these guys need more time off and they need more recovery. And so some people are starting to say, hey, maybe we need to shorten the season, which in theory sounds like a great idea because, like, how many of us are, like, really dialed into the regular season every single game of the year? I know I'm not. Like, maybe the players feel differently, but judging by some of these injuries, probably like that. But at the end of the day, like you've said before, it's all about money. And these TV contracts are how the players get paid. So if you play fewer games, the money will be less. And ain't nobody sitting in the front office saying, hey, we need to make less money. No, they're never going to go for it.
Yeah. You play 12 less games as an example, and an owner gets, I don't know, 6, 7 less home games per year. No way. Less merchandise sold, less money for TV contracts, which have already been signed, by the way. So if you're signing for X number of games, then that decreases. And then these partnerships or these deals that have been signed might have to be renegotiated. It will be too much of a mess. So maybe we'll see guys sit out a little bit more. But ultimately, I think this is sort of like football in that guys just have that mentality. And the league is going to keep pushing it. Maybe not more games in the NBA. We see the NFL do that. But I don't think the number of games is going to diminish. There's just way too much money at stake. Halliburton, to his credit, I thought he posted something very, very eloquent on X. And it's a very long statement. So if you're interested, do yourself a favor and log on and check out his X account. But I will just read part of this. He says, now that I've gotten surgery, I wish I could count the number of times people will tell me I'm going to, quote, come back stronger. What a cliche, LOL. This sucks. My foot feels like dead weight. Indy, I'm sorry. If any fan base doesn't deserve this, it's y'all. But together, we're going to fight like hell to get back to this very spot and get over this hurdle. I feel like Tyrese Halliburton has absolutely elevated what we think of him personally and professionally based on his performance, of course, and also how he's carried himself throughout the postseason. Remember, this is a guy who was voted by his peers most overrated player in the NBA. I think that has changed completely.
Yeah, and I do think it's important to note that I think it was like 14% of the players voted for him because it was just by default. There wasn't, that many votes for one person, but the point still stands. I think for Tyrese Halliburton, that's what makes this injury so heartbreaking because it was Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and it could have been the exclamation point on one of the best postseasons we've seen from a player in quite some time. Like, I'm not going to put him in the Hall of Greats because he didn't win an NBA Finals, but still, all of the clutch shots down the way and all the moments he gave us. The choke sign that we saw that was so iconic and that brought us back, to the days of the 90s with Reggie Miller. But the resolve and the fight that we've seen from this Pacers team, Jenks, I'm looking at the odds over at BetMGM right now, and the ones that I think that are on our screen right now are not correct because I'm seeing the Pacers are 16-1 to win the Eastern Conference. And listen, as much as I love Tyrese Halliburton, he was not scoring 35 points a game. This is still a very good Pacers team. And we saw it. TJ McConnell is not Tyrese Halliburton, but I feel like he is a fine fill-in. He's going to be on the roster next year. Like, the only roster question that the Pacers have next year is going to be Miles Turner if they re-sign him. But still, this is a good team. They still have Pascal Siakam. They still have Andrew Nembhard. Still have Aaron Nesmith, Benedict Mathurin, Obi Toppin. All of these guys are coming back. So, Jenks, I feel like we've counted this Pacers team out before. So you're telling me 16-1? And, like, look at the East right now. I understand that the Cavs are still very good. So are the Knicks. It's the Magic, who just got Desmond Bain, but still, Celtics don't have Jason Tatum. Sixers, postseason, forget about it. So I feel like they still have a shot. Pacers 16-1 to win the East. Worth a sprinkle?
I like the value, but I can't do it. I can't pull the trigger. Like, he is not the heart and soul. I think Siakam is sort of the heart and soul of that Pacers team as far as their emotions go. But there's no question that Halliburton is arguably their best player. And he's the guy that makes everything run when it comes to that offense. So every great team has great teammates, have great players that fill roles, and the Pacers have that in spades, but they have to have someone they can go to in the clutch. Tyrese Halliburton was fantastic in the playoffs, averaged more than 17 points a game, higher than his regular season average. He was dishing the ball out. He was the real spark plug and also a clutch shot after clutch shot late. The reason why they were able to make this run is because he was there. They knew if we need a big shot, we're going to go to Siakam, but more so we're probably going to go to Hallie. And so while I like the value there, I just don't see them making a run without him in the lineup.
I'm not saying that Tyrese Halliburton is not a important part of this team or like what they did this postseason. I'm just saying I feel like the Pacers elevated themselves as a team this year. And I understand, look at the names, and it doesn't feel like a bunch of superstars on this roster. But like, again, going back to like TJ McConnell, the way that he was driving through the lane on the best defense in the league, because keep that in mind, this was a Pacers team that was still very much in this game, even without Tyrese Halliburton. And listen, you're not going to be playing the Thunder every single game of the year. Like, that's the toughest competition. So some of this is just not my belief in the other teams in the Eastern Conference, because I think that goes into it as well. So it's more price dependent for me. And I do think this is still a very good team, even without Tyrese Halliburton.
Well, you mentioned the Celtics, and there they are sitting at right now 6-1 to win the East. The Cavaliers are plus 260. The Knicks 3-1. The Magic? Orlando at plus 425 to win the East. Then the Sixers at 12-1. You mentioned the Pacers, also tied with the Pistons at 16-1. But the Celtics have made a move overnight because they've got to do something with Jason Tatum very likely out for the season, also with a torn Achilles. So they have traded Drew Holiday to the Pacers for Anthony Simons, this according to ESPN. Boston will also get 2 second-round picks in return. So this is done for a couple of reasons. Number one, over the next 2 years, and I love Drew Holiday's game, but he is owed $72 million. Also, the Celtics, by trading him to Portland, will save $40 million in luxury tax payments this year. So the Blazers get one of the best defensive players in the NBA, a world champion, and they get that championship experience to go with a very young squad. The Celtics cut a ton of cash and also get a guy in Simons who is a good outside shooter, particularly from long range. And we know Joe Mazzulla and we know the Celtics game. They want someone who can shoot from outside to sort of take the place of Jason Tatum, not as a whole, but at least in that respect. So I feel like it makes sense for both sides.
Yeah, I think Portland was really aggressive in seeking out this trade because they really like Drew Holiday. I feel like we were just talking about how Tyrese Halliburton brings something to the team that maybe sometimes isn't in the stat sheet. I think that's what Drew Holiday brings to a roster because he is a veteran, somebody who's won, I believe, 2 gold medals in the Olympics, somebody who has NBA Finals experience, and again, that defensive presence. Like, look at the team that just won the NBA Finals and all the defensive pieces that they added. And I'm not saying that the Blazers are going to win the NBA Finals. I'm just saying it's a nice pickup. As for the Celtics, this feels like a move to clear cap space and a move to, I'm not saying it's a resignation move because Anthony Simons is a good piece and a scorer that they definitely need. I am just saying that it doesn't feel like the Celtics are going to be like the super team that they once were. We'll see with Simons, though, because he's a young talent and he still has plenty of room to grow, and he's going to add a scoring punch. And again, it feels like the East is kind of wide open. So, hey, maybe the Celtics are contenders.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem wide open. And what's going to happen with Jaylen Brown? There have been some talks that maybe the Celtics might be willing to part with him, but then they would have to get a massive load of picks and players in return. So I don't necessarily see anyone making that move, but then again, it's the NBA offseason. The Celtics have to decide, do we move forward this year with Simons and the roster we have, or do we sort of fall back and start from scratch again? So that will be a decision they have to make. Coming up in 5 minutes, Caitlin Clark is the biggest star in the WNBA, and now one of the biggest names in covering women's sports has written a book about her. Christine Brenner from USA Today is next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. Double D, give me a little something. Coming up in a couple minutes, we will probe the impact of fever-struck Caitlin Clark when we bring in the great Christine Brennan, author of a new book called On Her Game, Caitlin Clark and the Revolution in Women's Sports. And Chelsea, I'm going to ask this to Christine as well. Could you have imagined a time where the WNBA isn't just something that helps us pass the time in the summer? We are long past that. Now the WNBA is something that dominates the headlines, and rightfully so. It's amazing that we have come this far so quickly, where now people don't just talk about the WNBA. They are passionate about it because of the storylines and because of the athletes involved.
Well, and the other thing is, I am trying to say this in a way that is not like insulting. People are talking about the WNBA not simply because of the players' appearances. Because we've had little blips. Like, I don't know if you remember, like, Skylar Diggins when she was popular, because she's just like, she looks like a model. And she's also very good at basketball. So I think we have had female athletes who have had that level of marketability success because of their appearance, because they're also good at sports. But I feel like nobody is looking at Caitlin Clark and saying, hey, we need her to be in a tight skirt or in this certain outfit for us to market her. It is simply based on how good she is at basketball. Maybe there's a little bit of that rivalry mixed in, but you get what I'm saying.
Oh, yes. Now it's, whether it's, dressing up before, again, even guys do that now. But the real focus now is what's happening on the court, which is the way it should be. So let's bring in Christine Brennan. You know her as a columnist for USA Today, also author of On Her Game, Caitlin Clark and the Revolution in Women's Sports. That will be available in July. Christine, thank you for joining us this morning. And your book is coming out next month. Tell us a little bit about it, and what is something that you learned along the way in writing this book that maybe surprised you a little bit?
Yeah, Michael, Chelsea, great to be on with you. Thank you. And I agree, by the way. I was listening to your comments right before, and yeah, absolutely, things have changed so dramatically. And Chelsea, you're 100% right. You can even go back to Anna Kournikova. Remember that in tennis? Remember her, obviously, in tennis, where it's like, she's beautiful, whatever. And all I kept saying about that is, gosh, I wish she'd win some tennis tournaments, because you said it beautifully. People look good, whatever, but they're also great athletes. Tiger Woods looked great, and right? I mean, it's not just women. We like good-looking people in this country, in the world probably. So right on those comments, and thanks again for having me. And yes, the book is coming out in, less than two weeks, I guess, from today. But it's pre-order, and it's kind of floating around now. I think, it's one of those things where it reaches critical mass, and it's just it's fun to see what's going on. But I did this quickly. I wasn't planning to do a book even a year ago right now, but talked to an editor at Scribner, kind of just had a conversation, no book proposal. Obviously, the Caitlin Clark phenomenon was going strong a year ago, and one thing led to another, and I'm writing a book. So as soon as the Olympics ended, I'm so lucky to cover the Olympic Games, came back from those, and went right to Indianapolis and just was on the road with the Fever. And Caitlin Clark, asked her about 50 questions. She answers every single one, looks you in the eye, never shies away from a tough topic, never scowls. How many athletes have we all? It's like, okay, yep, I get it. You don't want to answer. Nope. A full answer goes on for a minute, sometimes goes on for a tangent, with a tangent that is so helpful and interesting. And all of this at 22, as I say in the book, 22 going on 40 or 50. And, everyone, as you know, and as your listeners know, everyone threw everything at her, right? Race, deal with that. Race in America. Yes, a 22-year-old basketball player, you do it. And she did. She handled it beautifully. Obviously, it's a 74% black league. She's a white woman. We now know the next sentences as they're going to start to develop. I deal with all that in the book. But I have to say, just the poise, the ability to handle anything, to not be flustered by a question, politics, you name it. I've covered sports a long time, as you guys know, And I have to say, I don't know that I've seen a more impressive athlete handling everything off the court and on the court, and being 22 years old as a rookie and having it all thrown at her. And I also, the optimism and the positivity. No matter what's going on with a question or a comment or a controversy, there always was a positive note. There always was an upbeat note. A bad loss, we're going to learn from this and move on. So no wonder everyone wants their daughter and their son to have her as a role model, and all those kids waiting for autographs, and she signs them all before games and after games. Most athletes won't do before games. Most don't want to do after games, or they'll do a quick hit. She stands there and just keeps going through the line. I don't want to say, she's not Mother Teresa. And, but in terms of what I witnessed, as I said, I've covered a lot of athletes, male, female, great athletes. I'm so fortunate in my career. And she is right up there. And then throw in the pressure, throw in the controversies, and her age. I don't think I've ever seen an athlete handle things better, more consistently, day after day, in my entire career.
Well, it also feels like the perfect storm because, like you said, it's not just basketball. It is not just Caitlin Clark. It is gender roles. It is, the race card. It's all of this stuff that is kind of entangled into what Caitlin Clark brings to the court, to the extent where I feel like one day we're going to have like a college class that's simply Caitlin Clark and her effect on like women's athletes. It just feels like there's so much in there. So when it comes to your book, do you go into that? Is it just about Caitlin Clark, or does it dive into how this will affect female athletes for the foreseeable future?
Absolutely. Yeah, I do. There's a lot of Caitlin Clark magic in the book. And if people want to relive the Iowa years, and who doesn't, right? In terms of the, chucking it from the parking lot and it goes in, which is really the allure, right? I mean, that's how it started for so many people. My first line, in the book, I'm referring basically to those threes, and I say, I'm going to actually get it right. Like many of you, I was introduced to Caitlin Clark by a stunning three-point shot, and that's how the book begins. And I was watching the Indiana-Iowa women's basketball game on my iPad in my kitchen in Washington, D.C., February 26, 2023. And I did that because there's so many fans and just general people in our culture, maybe not even basketball fans, who saw those logo threes and said, I want to watch more of this, right? So there's that. And, of course, the passes, which, as some say, are even more amazing than the logo threes. So all of that, there's sports. It's a ride through the season last year. I cover everything. By saying I cover everything, Chelsea, that means I'm covering all those issues. And I'm very lucky in the sense that I was at the 96 Olympics covering those in Atlanta, and that was the starting point for the WNBA. And the next year, 97, is when the league began. There was another women's league back then, the ABL, American Basketball League. And so they were competing for a year or two. Then the ABL fell off, and it was the WNBA. So I was there at the beginning. 99, I was working for Lifetime TV in addition to my other roles, and I was a sideline reporter and commentator for several games during that season of the WNBA. So I've been around the WNBA a long time, have seen it come and go, have talked about the issues during COVID in the bubble. When they were in the bubble, well, I guess we all were in our own bubbles, right? And obviously not funny at all, but it sounds, ridiculous now to say, being in your own bubble. But a lot of the commentators, I do shows, and they would talk about the NBA and their social activism, right? And not wanting to play a game because of the horrible murders of black men and women at the hands of the police, and all the other issues that we know, the Black Lives Matter, et cetera. Well, I made a point on many shows to say, well, the NBA, yes, but also the WNBA. And in fact, interestingly, and I point this out in the book, that we know all about Colin Kaepernick, and whatever you think, I know there are people listening who I'm sure hate a lot of what we're talking about right now. And I'm sure there are people listening who love what we're talking about right now. This book is not political. I'm not one side or the other here. I'm talking about facts of things that happened, right? And issues in our society, our culture, and our country that we love so much. And so in this case, Colin Kaepernick, as we know, was protesting and kneeling during the national anthem. Well, the WNBA was a full month ahead of Colin Kaepernick. And that was the Minnesota Lynx leading the way after the murder of 2 black men and also the murder of several Dallas police officers. They mentioned that, too, in their protest. That was Maya Moore, Simone Augustus, Lindsay Whalen, a couple other players that from Minnesota who were protesting a month before Kaepernick. Who knew that, right? And guess who's a girl growing up in Des Moines, Iowa, West Des Moines, Iowa, her favorite team, the Minnesota Lynx. So as Caitlin Clark is a teenager cheering for the Minnesota Lynx, they're actually out there discussing social activism, social justice, and protesting murders and terrible things happening in our country a month before Kaepernick. Why didn't we know this? Most people, New York Times wrote about it, a few others. But in general, I'm sure most people would never have realized this because no one cared about the WNBA, to your point originally, Chelsea. No one cared. Yes, people covered it. I wanted to cover it. Of course I covered it. I told my editors, let's go and write this story or whatever. Of course, and others did too. But in general, the male-dominated mainstream sports media couldn't have cared less. I point all that out, which is a precursor for why there's some people who have had some trouble with the fact of the attention that Caitlin Clark is getting. To me, a rising tide lifts all boats. The spotlight on Caitlin Clark now shines on everyone who deserved the attention for years and never got it. Now they're getting it, a majority of them black women. But we can understand when people have been toiling away in basic obscurity because the sports media wouldn't pay attention, that there could be understandings of some tough feelings and ruffling some feathers. All of that's in the book, a chapter on the history of the WNBA, but that's also a lot of, not just serious, it's fun. It's about how some team started and a coach having to dribble through the streets of Seattle to try to get more season ticket holders. And, there's a lot of, I try to keep it serious, but also I want it to be a good read for people, 12-year-old girls and boys, moms and dads, grandparents. It's for everyone. And I wanted to do that because it is sports at the end of the day.
Christine, we only have a couple minutes here, but you've been at the forefront of covering women's sports for a long time. Can you believe that we're at this point where the WNBA and women's sports in general is where it is?
Michael, absolutely not. If you said this to me 3 years ago, no way, right? And I only have a few seconds, but I literally, as I was watching, and I came to the Caitlin Clark story. I covered a lot of women's Final Fours, and I've covered a lot of, as I said, obviously women's sports, Olympics, whatever. But I was not covering those 2 women's Final Fours that Caitlin Clark was starring in and bringing Iowa, that team that was not expected to be there, to the championship game, both cases. And then, of course, 4 million more people watching the women's final with Caitlin Clark in South Carolina and Iowa. 4 million more than the men the next night. I mean, that's a sentence I never thought I could possibly utter. And that's what kept hitting me as I was watching it, and I was heading to the Masters and covering that. So that's why I wasn't at the women's Final Four. Like, I did not believe I would see this in my lifetime. And I hope my lifetime goes on for quite a while. But it's just, to your point, like, literally this happening, we've got people standing in line in the cold in January and February in Big Ten country in Maryland. My nieces were in that line to go to the Iowa-Maryland game here in the D.C. area, at Columbus and Ohio State. Everywhere Caitlin Clark was going, it was like a barnstorming tour. Thousands standing in line in the cold, waiting to get in to see a basketball player who happened to be a woman. Again, things I never thought we would see, and that's why I wanted to do the book. And that's why I thought this moment was so worth capturing. And certainly, while Caitlin Clark is the first in women's team sports, we've had tennis, right? Serena Williams going all the way back to Chris Evert, et cetera, and Billie Jean King, but Venus, Serena, et cetera. But the team sport aspect, where there's games every few nights in each city, that's the difference. And that's what I'm honored to be covering in On Her Game.
It is called On Her Game, Caitlin Clark and the Revolution in Women's Sports, coming out in just a couple weeks. And Christine Brennan, longtime columnist, covering women's sports and for USA Today as well. Christine, it's been a real pleasure. Thank you so much.
Michael, Chelsea, thanks for having me. Have a great day. Thanks to your listeners. And hopefully we can talk again soon.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. What a great perspective. And Christine is someone, she doesn't remember this. I met her, probably 12, 13 years ago and had followed her work for a long time. So anyone, if you meet anyone who is qualified to do a book like this, it's certainly her.
Oh, absolutely. And what a moment. Like, I was just thinking, if I'm a movie director or writing a TV series, do something on this. Give us a TV show.
Yeah, it would be great theater. There's no question about it. And I'm excited about the book, excited about the WNBA this summer. And if you're a women's sports fan, like I know Christine is, just in general, you have to be thrilled that this is where women's sports have come in such a quick period of time, especially in basketball. Coming up next, it is a Tuesday. Time to find out where we are putting our money. Best bets coming your way next. This is the Daily Tip, and it is on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Appreciate you spending your time with us as we are live from 6 to 9 in the morning, Monday through Friday. Coming up, best bets, Donkster as well. Looking at some final prices before our bets are locked in. Looks like we have a lot of squad plays today. Oh my God, I'm so tired of this heat already. I mean, it's everywhere. It's not just here in D.C. Yesterday, oh God. When I did Fox 5 last night on Like It or Not and had to put on a suit, which I talked about, but I don't have a car. And part of me thought, you know what I'll do? I'll just take an Uber or a Lyft to Bethesda. And I was like, no, this is $35 because I just didn't want to walk in the heat and get on the metro. I was like, no, I'm not spending that money. So by God, I put on a full suit when it was 100 degrees outside. Walk to Metro, and then I get to Metro, I swear to God, and I get in one of the cars, one of the trains, and the air conditioning is off. It was just like holding that heat inside, and I walked in, it was like, ugh, it was like swallowing bread. I was like, ugh. And I sat down for a second, I'm like, I'm going one stop, and then I'm getting into another car. Like, there's no way I can do this. But what's funny is, as I sat down, I watched people walk in, and it was like watching people walk into an invisible wall because the heat had just been trapped in there. So people would walk in and be like, oh, another person. They'd turn immediately. I was like, yeah, it's just awful. So I switched cars at the next stop, made it, but then I'd have to get out and walk for a while. Oh, my God. I was so gross. Thank God I'm wearing shorts today because wearing a full suit when it's triple digits outside, not great.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't have summer weddings. Like, I feel like a lot of people notice this when you go to weddings, because for the women, it's fine, because we get to wear, like, spaghetti strap dresses and, you know, dresses that don't cover that much. But for the men who are just over there sweating bullets in suits, that's the worst, because, like, hot weather is fine if you're not dressed up, if your makeup isn't running down your face, if you don't have on a suit. So it's fine if you have on like athletic clothes, but like being in a suit, like I can't imagine the feeling. That must have sucked.
Oh, it was not good. Oh my God. Gross. And you're just like walking into the studio trying to, you know, like you're Frankenstein because you don't want any of your body parts to touch. Oh, it was so nasty. I wish I had a pool, Chelsea. You have a pool. I'm jealous. I'd be at the pool every day.
Well, I don't have one at my house. I have one at my mom's house. So it's not outside, but it's at my mom's, and I'm at mom's all the time. So, yes, I have access to a pool, but it's not at my house.
Let me tell you, we're going to my mom's place. We got to buy those tickets. We're going to my mom's place in like a month, and we're going to be at the pool each and every single day, and it's going to be awesome. I'll be in the shade, but it's going to be awesome. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, you know they're going to continue talking about the NBA, also have some baseball picks, and I believe they're going to discuss Joey Chestnut's prep. I mean, it's coming. It won't be long before Joey Chestnut is scarfing down those dogs at Nathan's. We were talking about this on Fox 5 last night. Martha Stewart has recommended that you don't know what you're doing if you put ketchup on your hot dog. Do you subscribe to that? Because I don't.
No, you don't know what you're doing. What does she mean? Like, what type of hot dogs is she serving? Are they something that don't taste like hot dogs? Because, listen, hot dogs should not be consumed raw, right? Or not raw. Maybe that's plain. Correct. Is what I'm saying.
I agree.
Of course, Chelsea,
we're in
you
agreement.
need to cook them. But you need to put something on them. Like, what was her stance? Was she like a mustard person, saying like you only can put mustard on them or relish?
Yeah, but then she was also like, and you put bacon on it, which I'm not opposed to it in theory, but I'm saying you can't be anti-ketchup and pro-bacon. I mean, I love bacon. I'm just saying that doesn't seem like a traditional hot dog topping. It was just odd. And I love Martha Stewart. I'm in love with Martha Stewart. I have a huge crush on her.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Well, wasn't she in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition?
Good. I'm going to go buy it today.
What's
She's like
her beef
82
with
or something
ketchup,
crazy.
though? Like, maybe she just hates ketchup. Like, maybe her and Patrick Mahomes need to meet up and they need to have, like, a debate on ketchup. Or maybe she needs to be treated to a Whataburger. Because haven't we decided their ketchup is amazing? Life-changing?
Yes. 1,000%. So I thought that was interesting. But, yeah, they're going to talk about Joey Chestnut and his prep. Maybe we get Joey on this show. I think I have his number from a few years ago. We'll see. Maybe I'll just text him. Like, rooting for you, bro. We're like, who in the hell is this? I have no idea who this is. He definitely didn't get mine, but I got his. Whatever. I always do that, but then I never use them. Okay, Chelsea. Man, we have been on a nice run here. Knock on wood. I believe you're, what, undefeated? You're like 5-0-1 in your last 6 bets. I've won 8 straight. So I probably shouldn't have said that. But let's get to our favorite plays of the day.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, the pressure is on you. Whenever I win, it's a gift. Whenever you win, it's expected. What do we got?
Great. Well, let me do a big knock on wood and humbly bow before the sports betting gods and say, listen, it's just a streak. We understand that it goes the other way, but we do like a lot of bets on the card today. So best bet of the day for me is banking on the best pitching matchup of the day. I'm going to hit the under 8 between the Rangers, between the Phillies and the Astros. The reason I said Rangers, because Ranger Suarez is pitching for the Phils today. What a picture of consistency that Ranger Suarez has been. We've been riding the Ranger train for quite some time now, and he has not let us down. 6-1 this year with a 2.20 ERA, and has been even better in this recent stretch. Over the last month, 2-1 with a 1.33 ERA. And here's the thing with playing the under in the Phillies. I understand the Phillies bullpen is not great, but Ranger Suarez has been giving us 7 innings in 3 straight starts. So we don't have to depend on the Phillies bullpen that much. Then you look at the Astros side of the coin, and they've got Framber Valdez going, one of their best starters. And plus, the Astros have one of the best bullpens in all of Major League Baseball, at least statistically speaking. Second best bullpen ERA in the majors. I like that. And the fact that this Phillies offense has not been great on the road, and they haven't been great over the last month. We know Bryce Harper's been out of the lineup. They rank 17th in WRC plus over the last month. And it's a top 5 offense at home, but on the road, they fall off a cliff, ranking 18th in Major League Baseball. Both these teams have been super hot to the under this year, especially in the split. Astros 24-16 to the under at home. Phillies 23-14-1 to the under away. So let's go under 8 between the Phillies and the Astros, laying a little juice at minus 152, but we still like it.
We still like it. All right, you sort of talked me into this next bet, which I liked it on the first 5 run line, but I think you're right. First 5 money line, Braves against the Mets at Citi Field. Braves are minus 160. Don't care, baby. Going back to the well with this pick from yesterday, because the Mets are going with Frankie Montas, making his first start of the season, injured his lat in spring training. Now he's back, but he has made 6 rehab starts in the minors. An ERA of 12.05, more than 12. In one of those appearances, gave up 8 runs in an inning and 2/3. In his last appearance, 5 runs over 5 innings. He says, don't worry about it. I was working on my pitches. I'll have adrenaline going through my system. Good luck. You still had an ERA over 12. I don't care what you were working on. Spencer Strider going for the Braves. He faced the Mets just 5 days ago, gave up 4 runs over 6 innings. Braves, first 5 money line, minus 160 is the play.
Yeah, like that one a lot. And the reason we're doing minus 160 is because you can get a push as opposed to a loss if this game is tied 0-0, which is a possibility. So that's going to be on the card for me as well. Braves first 5 money line. Then we're going the A's and Tigers. We're going to go with the Tigers on the run line. Tariq Skubal pitching today, it feels like a no-brainer to back the Tigers in some regard. You got to do the run line because, the money line is a little too expensive. The Tigers have been great at providing one of the best pitchers in baseball with run support. If you look at the Tigers, they've covered the run line in 8 of the last 10 starts for Tariq Skubal, and plus this is one of the best teams in all of baseball. Tigers on the run line, minus 134. Gonna be a lot of squad plays today for the team.
I am also on that bad boy. And one more play. I was going to go small today, But Double D taunted me in the chat. Scared money don't make money. You can talk me into anything, as I say at the top of every show. Red Sox, first 5-run line, minus 130 at the Angels. Garrett Crochet going for Boston. Tyler Anderson going for the Halos, and I'm going to fade Anderson. He's been really good at pitching at home this season. I'm not quite sure that I buy it. He's still given up 18 runs in his last 19 innings pitched. We've seen his ERA jump from 2.60 to 4.56. The Red Sox are exceptional against southpaws, 6th in slugging, 4th in OPS in all of baseball. I think they can get to Anderson early, especially behind Crochet, who has given up 2 runs or less in 9 of his last 10 starts. On the road this season, 7-1 overall, an ERA of 2.25, and opponents are batting just 197 against him. Red Sox first 5-run line, minus 130 is the play. All right, we got to get to Sammy P, but first we have to bring in the Dogster.
It's Tuesday, which means it's time for the Donkster Streaming Barn.
That's not a thing, Donkster.
It is now! I've been streaming America's Sweethearts, the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, and I have to say, I'm really disappointed. I'm glad the girls are getting some raises, but show a little skin. Would it kill you to give me a little peek when the Panthers are in town?
That's enough. Really well done off the Caitlin Clark segment there, Donkster. Give us a pick.
Phillies, Astros, under 7.5.
Good job. Let's find out what's next on Bet Sweats. It's Sammy P. Gorgeous as always. Good morning, Sammy P.
Good morning. Has Double D tried to convince either of you to bet Penn State national title yet? Have we had that conversation? Okay.
Yes, we have.
I figured.
It's a yearly discussion. It's an annual one.
It feels like
Every
the
year.
national handicappers and the national pundits, though, are finally starting to elevate Penn State, which makes the Penn State people even more annoying. Ah!
Oh, so that's a no from you, Sammy P.
No.
No? No, you're not in it? Okay. That's just another reason why I'm watching Bet Sweats. Good to see you, buddy. That's it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, I'm Jinx. Have a fantastic Tuesday. We'll see you.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
The big dumper. Like every time I turned on Cubs Mariners over the weekend, this guy was going yard.
Well, there goes number 32. Cal Raleigh annihilates another one. He has homered in 4 consecutive games for the first time in his big league career. An exclamation mark on a monster night for the Mariners.
Big dumper goes to Barstool, eats a bunch of ice cream with Big Cat, and then sprays home runs.
Did it again. Welcome into Bet Sweats. Joe O, Sammy P with you. We'll talk some NBA draft with Ricky O'Donnell's terrific from SB Nation in about 20 minutes from now. We'll take a look at the hot dog eating competition. There are odds, there are numbers, not just the winner, because it's probably going to be Chestnut. There are other ways to bet it, so we'll start to talk about that. We'll dive more into the NBA draft and ways you can bet it, and some of the frustrations that there are certain books that really don't want you betting the NBA draft, and they make that quite clear. Some early NFL long shots, taking a look over there. Today's MLB card. Caroline Fenton will be joining us final hour of the show. What's up, Sam?
The show is called Bet Sweats, and I thought I would start with a very simple anecdote from when I got home from the gym last night. House to myself, nobody here. So when I leave, go to the gym or go get groceries and everything that comes with me leaving the house, shut the AC off because I'm not going to run the AC when I'm not home. Get home last night, and I want you to guess over under 85.5, the temperature upstairs, Fahrenheit. Over under.
Nobody else was messing with it.
Nope.
85.
85.5 is the over-under of the temperature upstairs in this 240-year-old house. What do you think?
Oh yeah, it's got to be bad. No central air. I'm going. I'll go over.
91.
Good God, dude, the steam. What are the temps outside?
The high is 99 today in Boston.
It was bad here this weekend. It wasn't 99. At least what the apps were telling me. It was 95, 96. Yeah, even yesterday, you open the door, you walk outside, you just want to melt. Tucker's like, he just looks at me when I open the door. He's like, nope, ain't happening. He went out for 1 minute yesterday, came back, threw himself on the kitchen floor, and was panting for like an hour.
That's basically what I did when I got home. I just laid on the ground and panted.
Are you a night gym guy? You said last night you got back from the gym.
Yeah, I like to go after our show, but if I got things I got to do, I'll go after the rush. The worst time to go to the gym is between 4 and 6 p.m. I've always thought that because everybody's there. So you either want to go before 4 or after 6, 7, ideally. I got there about 7:45, I think, and got home, and big mistake. So when I go tomorrow, I'm leaving the AC unit on upstairs because obviously heat rises. It's brutal though, man. And the other issue is out here, when you leave everything on all day, the bills are just through the roof. So I actually saw a stand-up act the other day of a guy from New England who said the weather is like the stock market for poor people. Because when it's hot, we're losing money. When it's cold, we're losing money. When it's 70, boom! So, 91 degrees upstairs in the house yesterday. It was awesome.
Oh, brutal. Yeah, I always wonder that. Does it make more sense to let it run all day or completely shut it down? And then when you come back, you know it's going to be running, it's going to be working just to get the temp back down. Then you're miserable because of the weather. Like, what's what makes more sense? I don't know. I always get yelled at like we go out of town. I definitely turn the air off 100%. And then I get screamed at because it takes all day to get the temperature back to where we want it.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
It was very nice. We didn't really have to sweat our baseball bets last night. You gave out Seattle. That was maybe the best winner of the day in baseball in terms of no rocking chair. Or actually, it was a rocking chair. And then the Angels scored 5 in the bottom of the first against the Red Sox, and Walker Buehler, who looks like he's about done pitching at the major league level, at least in terms of getting guys out. It's been a tough run for him in Boston. Red Sox did tie it up 5-5, but then the Angels get 4 more. We both took an AL West team, and they both took care of business.
Yep. Big Dumper got it again. You heard it in the highlights. Part of the reason I was on that game was because Seattle's the best offense in baseball right now. It continues last night, and it's not just Raleigh. I mean, your guy, Rodriguez, had an awesome game last night, but now he's going to be overlooked because he's not the home run leader in Major League Baseball. 41 runs in 4 games for Seattle. 41 in 4 games. Raleigh has 5 homers in his last 4 games. A 4-homer lead on Judge, a 6-homer lead on Ohtani. Do they make the move now? Do you say, okay, fine, we'll cave, we'll do this? Home run leader for Major League Baseball, the favorite should now be Raleigh.
He should be a little bit more respected than he is. That's how much I think it's obvious that this thing is for real, and I hope he can keep it up. I think that's the issue that the odds makers have. They haven't seen it over a long haul before. I got Cal Raleigh's numbers here for his career. 27 home runs in 22, 30 the next year, 34 last year, and he's got 32. We're still in June. So I think that sort of creeps into the conversation when you're behind the book taking bets. That being said, you wake up this morning and look at BetMGM, co-favorites. Aaron Judge, Cal Raleigh, both plus 110 to lead the league in homers.
If you had to make a bet today, you're taking one of those plus 110 bets. Which bet you making?
How do you not take Judge at plus 110?
I think I'd take the dumper. I just want some.
You just want to say the dumper. Don't lie.
The big dumper. I did that and beat the books yesterday, Seattle, and I made sure to take back the big dumper, and I got some text because I think it aired on the Score in Chicago that beat the books yesterday. So people were backing it. That one came through. Nice call by you. And Jake hit his too. He had a good call on St. Louis. That was a Ben Brown fade. It feels like a lot of people want to bet him. They like the stuff that he has, so they want to back him. But Jake's like, no, he doesn't have it right now. And he was spot on. I mean, that was over early. Gave up 4 homers in the game. It was bombs away for the Redbirds. 8 runs, 9 hits, 4 homers, and 5 innings of work for Ben Brown. That was another rocking chair winner. 8-2 St. Louis.
Good day for the show, which means we probably all lose today. That's how it goes. But we will fight on no matter what happens. As you were asking about Judge or Raleigh, I was thinking about the American League pennant odds. And think about this. The Yankees, as we know, are favored to win the pennant right ahead of the Tigers. So the Yankees are plus 240 at BetMGM. The Mariners are 13-1. The books clearly believe in Cal Raleigh a lot more than they believe in the Mariners as a whole. That much is clear.
Texas still not a bad spot. They lose again, though. Very frustrating. The Angels and Rangers have I'm looking for where the value is on that side. There's nobody from the Central that I'm interested in at all. I don't care that Cleveland's above 500. KC right around there. You look at the run differential, they're in that minus 20 range. They don't really intrigue me. Tampa's been playing well for a while now. They're kind of interested. What's the number on Tampa for AL pennant?
12-1 at MGM.
12-1. That would be something I'd look at. How many teams would you really look at here, though? It's New York, Tampa for me, Detroit. Would you look at Seattle? I know you like them going into the year.
I would consider the price is obviously rangy. So MGM has one of the better prices in the world, 13-1. There's a 12, a 12, a 10, a 950.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously get the best of the number. I think it's a wild conversation, though, to have, because you and I both said coming into the season we weren't buying the hype on the Yankees. And while the Yankees are winning regular season games, I still think they have flaws going into the postseason. I would argue the 1, 2, 3 for Seattle pitching wise is more dangerous in the playoffs. And then it all depends on which bullpen has a better series. But if the Mariners can throw Gilbert, Wu, Castillo at you 1, 2, 3, that's not easy. And then if Kirby can ever figure it out, he'd be your 4. But that's a better 1, 2, 3 than anything the Yankees can throw at you, is it not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it is. I'm kind of looking at that too. Like I was looking at some of the NL teams and like, okay, yeah, the Cubs offense is awesome. All right. I don't love the rotation. I have questions about the bullpen. Bullpen was fine last night. Brown's not really going to be that guy later in the year. I don't think they're going to be leaning on him too much. That was just, a spot start for the most part. But I don't like the Cubs bullpen, or I don't like their rotation either. Like you look at the other NL teams, they have so much more depth in the rotation. And then Dodgers with all their injuries, like I still think we don't need to overthink it. A lot of it is still going to come back to the rotation. Part of it, which teams are going to make those sorts of moves at the deadline. But yeah, there are a lot of teams that are playing well, scoring a ton of runs in the middle of the summer or early stages of the summer. That's nice now. Is that going to happen in October? Probably not. So there's a lot of things that are certainly up in the air as far as that goes. Do want to switch gears a little bit to NBA. Got another big NBA news nugget. We're waiting on the draft. First round is tomorrow night. We'll talk about that coming up in a few with Ricky O'Donnell. But late last night, overnight hours, it looked like a trade went down after the big Tatum injury. A lot of questions. We had a long conversation about what are they going to do for next year. You're not going to have him for the regular season, probably not for the playoffs, but maybe he makes that push at the very end. Do you just sit around and wait, do nothing, or do you start getting active? They got active. It looks like Boston did. They trade Drew Holiday back to Portland, and guess what they do? They get a 3-point shooter in return in Simons and a couple of twos a day before the draft.
If you look at how this whole thing played out over the last couple of years, think about what Brad Stevens did. He took Aaron Nesmith, who the Celtics originally drafted, and traded Nesmith to the Pacers for Malcolm Brogdon. Then he traded Brogdon and Robert Williams, Big Slick, to the Blazers, ironically enough, to get Drew Holiday. They win the championship. And then a couple of years later, Holiday to the Blazers for Simons and 2 second-rounders. He milked everything out of that gallon that Drew Holiday had to offer. Win a championship, gave him a big deal, and now it's not your problem anymore. Now it's somebody else's problem. You got to pay him now because Drew Holiday, without looking it up, I think a lot of people wouldn't realize that guy made over $30 million last year as the Celtics' 4th best player. They did what Stan Bowman did in Chicago with the Blackhawks. We're going to just swipe the credit card over and over again. We're going to win a championship, and then we'll figure everything else out down the road. They had to do something, and I don't think they're done.
That saved them $40 million on the luxury tax for next year. They don't think that they're going to win it, so let's make this move. Question is, are they done? Porzingis has 1 year left. You think they move Porzingis?
I do.
Okay. Oh, man. The shape of the East, man. Tatum injury, the Halliburton injury. We'll talk about what he had to say. He spoke out a little bit yesterday. The Lillard injury, people thinking, okay, maybe there's an outside chance with Milwaukee. Now what happens with Giannis? Is Giannis traded to the Western Conference too? The East is bad. It's like we said yesterday with Campy. It's going to be a conference. Forget the conference. Like, if you're betting the West, just bet whichever team you like coming out of the West to win the whole thing.
I hope Paul's listening right now. I was texting with Jeff Sherman at the Westgate yesterday about the NBA markets and how wide open the East is. And, he was telling me how he slid down the Rockets price, and we were both saying you can't bet that at 7-1. You're never going to guess who Jeff Sherman says has value to win the title and win the East next year. Oh, baby.
Yeah.
Philadelphia.
Yeah.
That's what he said. 40-1. He bet him to win the title.
Somebody's got to have. Okay, so if it's wide open and it's all bad, the idea of taking a long shot is not the worst in the world. Now, you could debate the Philadelphia idea, but just the idea of, I don't know, nobody's good. And look at what just happened. Pacers were in the NBA Finals. So why not? Take a shot. I certainly understand that. It's probably worth a conversation. Joe O, Sammy P, maybe we'll ask our guy Ricky O'Donnell coming up next. He's going to break down tomorrow's NBA draft right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
the drive, the turnaround, top shot, and it goes to make it a 6-point game.
Can he top what he just did a moment ago? Into the lane, slam! This time a two-hander! Holy cow!
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Yeah. You've got a new NBA champion crowned the other night, but look at everything else happening in the NBA. You also got that Durant trade the other day. We've got a trade overnight with Holiday. We've got the NBA draft starting up tomorrow. A ton going on. Yes, the season comes to a close, but things are not slowing down in the world of the NBA. This is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich with you, and we bring in to talk about all of it Ricky O'Donnell at SBN_Ricky. He's over at SB Nation. We've been having him on the show for years. Ricky, what's taking up the most amount of headspace for you right now? These deals, what's going to happen with other dudes, or for right now, tomorrow's draft?
Had a lot of final work to do on the draft. I published my top 60 player rankings big board today at SBNation.com. You can check that out. Then one of the things I do every year, I always publish next year's mock draft the day after the draft. So I'm like, damn, I got to start researching this. If I'm going to put out a 2026 mock draft in a couple days. So that's mostly what's been on my mind lately.
I was looking at this market to go top 5, Ricky, and obviously we know the heavy hitters. You know them. Knipple minus 300, Bailey minus 250, Trey Johnson minus 225. Okay, that's no fun to lay those numbers to win 100. But if you go down the board, man, and somebody wants to sneak up and take Derek Queen or Murray Boyles or Yakachonis, like Yakachonis to be a top 5 pick is 80-1. Long shot, of course, and he's slated in that 10 role right now. A lot of people think he's going to go 10 overall. But is there a guy that the market just isn't right on that could maybe sneak into the top 5?
It's interesting because we saw this last year with Ron Holland, who I viewed as one of the best prospects in the draft, but all the mock drafts had out of the top 10. Well, when the Pistons came on the clock with a new GM for the first time, you didn't know what they were going to do. They took Ron Holland. So that was a big opportunity, like a long shot gambling win. To me, I'm looking at the Jazz at number 5. There's been like very little on the Jazz in terms of credible reporting up to this point in the process. You know, the same prospects continue to be mentioned. So if Ace Bailey's on the board at number 5, will the Jazz take him? Obviously, you're not going to get too much money for that in a bet. In terms of a player, I do think Yakachonis is interesting just because he's another guy you haven't heard much about the draft process. He's kept a very low profile. He was someone who, for the majority of the was considered, a top 5, top 7 pick. I kind of like that. Yakachonis 80-1 to the Jazz. I mean, those are good odds. I could see it happening.
What's happening with Ace Bailey? Like, there's all of these reports. He's canceling workouts. What does that tell you? Is it more likely that he's been made a promise? Somebody's taking him, so you don't need to worry about these other workouts. It's just a big waste of your time and energy. Or is he getting some bad advice?
I think that there's legitimate basketball reasons for Ace Bailey to top 5, even before this whole pre-draft workout circus started. He's just a very polarizing player because obviously he's got a great mix of length, explosiveness, and shot making for an NBA wing. You have those 3 things. Typically, you're a pretty highly touted prospect, and Bailey has been throughout his career. But the issue with Bailey is that he just doesn't really know how to play basketball yet. His feel for the game is extremely low. He is literally vision. I don't know if I've ever seen a wing who is more reticent of a passer than Bailey is. And he settles for a lot of bad shots, allergic to getting to the rim in part because he doesn't handle, loves to live off a diet of tough pull-ups. So I think it makes sense that Ace Bailey is falling down the draft board strictly for basketball reasons before we even get into the fact that perhaps his agency is trying to push him somewhere. His agent, Sharif Cooper's dad, Omar Cooper. I did a big story on Sharif Cooper a couple of years ago. So I talked to Omar. And at the time, I thought Sharif was going to be a lottery pick, and he ended up going in like the mid-second round or something. So I don't know why Ace Bailey decided to hire an agent who didn't have a lot of other NBA clients. I don't know what Ace Bailey's vision is for his career, that he wants to score a lot of points on a bad team and get that big second contract will get paid in the NBA. To me, it's the biggest story of draft night. How far does Ace Bailey fall? I had him 5th to the Jazz in my last mock draft, just because I could see that as a spot where someone trades up for him. Otherwise, I think you're looking at Washington at 6, New Orleans at 7, the Nets at 8 is his most likely landing spots. I'd be shocked if he falls beyond 8 to Brooklyn. But, will he fall outside of the top 5 is a legitimate question, and it's looking more likely as the days go on.
Where do you have Jeremiah Fears landing?
So Fears is the big riser in all the latest, draft week intel. Fears 5th to the Jazz. That one doesn't really pass the sniff test to me. I know that the Jazz have a new GM in Austin who is maybe less loyal to the players on the current roster, but they've got a couple other small guards already there who are pretty good. Keontae George was, I think a lottery pick a couple years ago. I liked Isaiah Collier as a rookie last year. So would the Jazz really take Jeremiah Fears at number 5? I'm not quite buying it, but I think he's going to be pretty appealing to all the teams in the same range that I mentioned with Bailey. I would really look at New Orleans at number 7 is a great Jeremiah Fears landing spot. Same thing with Brooklyn. And talk leading up to the draft over the past month has been that Brooklyn wants to trade up to get Jeremiah Fears. Those have just been whispers, but there's been enough of it where you have to start to pay attention to it. So, I do wonder, if Utah comes on the clock at number 5 and they don't want to take Bailey, is it worth it for them to trade down? Then a team like Brooklyn takes Jeremiah Fears in the top 5. Fears has some issues as a player, shot under 30% from 3. He was smoking layups the whole year. I think he shot 53% on layups, which is pretty troubling for a small guard. But his star flashes are just unbelievable. Best combination of ball handling and speed in the class. He separates against anyone at will. And oh, by the way, like Cooper Flagg, he only spent 3 years in high school and won't turn 19 years old until October. So for him to get thrown into the SEC fire, have such a good year for Oklahoma, while shooting poorly from the outside, it's just a testament to his all-around talent. And, as his body fills out, as he gets stronger, I think that could help the shot, it could help the finishing, and then it's possible he could really take off.
With Ricky O'Donnell of SBNation.com, Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. So one thing from a betting perspective, when you're trying to land a player in a specific spot, something that is always concerning is trades. So how do you read that this year? Because you've got teams like Brooklyn, they've got 4 first-rounders. You would imagine there's some sort of movement. There are some other teams like San Antonio that also have a number of first-round picks. Are you sensing it's a big trade year? Will there be movement?
Yeah, I think there's going to be teams that want to trade up. I don't know if anyone's going to play ball with them, in the top 5, 6, 7 to actually pull it off. But you've heard a lot of smoke. I mean, the newest rumor is that Atlanta wants to come up, potentially to grab Duke center Kaman Malawak. I have Malawak 3rd on my board. I think he's a really intriguing prospect. We'll see, though, where he goes. Because as a center, I feel like, you need to go to a team that doesn't have a big man already, a team that's going to have minutes to develop you. And even Malawak is so young, but I think he'd be a perfect fit for Atlanta if they could come up. And they have 2 picks. I think they pick 13 and 22 or something like that. Enough to get into the top 5, top 6, top 7, where he's still going to be on the board. I don't know about that. So I'm a bit skeptical about it. To me, Malawak is one of the most intriguing to watch during this draft. Just because where's his floor? Is his floor 8 to Brooklyn? Is it 9 to the Raptors? That's one guy I'm watching. And then, I think there's going to be a few teams that do want to come up. I just wonder, how much are they going to offer to get up a few spots? I doubt they're going to put a future first-round pick on the table. And if they don't do that, you either got to take on a bad salary to help a team that's going to move off a high pick, or you have to trade a decent young player. So I think it's pretty complicated. Remember, the time on the clock for teams in the NBA draft is much shorter than it is in the NFL draft. So it can be a bit more complicated to work out deals if a player starts falling and you need to engineer something quickly and make sure it fits under the cap rules. I'm skeptical there's going to be a lot of trades this year, but we'll see. I think it's on the table. There's interest from the teams lower in the draft, but I just don't know if the teams higher in the draft are going to want to play ball.
Derek Queen's another guy that's pretty polarizing right now, and MGM has these markets. They call them draft position markets. So Queen is 11.5 over under. And the other guy that we've heard a lot of things about the last 24, 48 hours is Demon from BYU. So there's a lot of smoke that he could go top 10, but his over under is 14.5. I don't understand why we're not just betting. Joe and I talked about it yesterday. Why are we not just betting under 14.5 on Demon? So he goes 1 through 14. That feels like a winner, does it not, Ricky?
Yeah, I mean, I think Igor Demon kind of stinks and is totally overrated. So that's just my personal evaluation of him. I did a story on 3 guys who I'm fading in this class, and Igor Demon was number 1 on that list. With that being said, NBA teams see him. When I was at the combine, I was talking to NBA executives. They're like, yeah, we think he can shoot. I'm like, well, he shot 27% from 3 and 60% from the free throw line. So I'm 18 years old. The thing about Demon is he's 6'9", and he has a treat with his passing. He's an incredible passer, and you just don't see guys who are that big who can pass that well very often. I do kind of like that bet, I guess, just based off the smoke we've been hearing that NBA teams love Igor Demon. Kind of got to check my personal biases on that one. So I think that that's probably a good one. He probably will go in the lottery, I guess. I've had him to the Spurs at 14. I think he'd be an interesting fit there with Wembanyama and with Dylan Harper at number 2. I actually sort of like that Queen bet too. You said Queen at 11.5. So the under would be him sliding beyond 11, still being on the board at 12. Is that correct?
No, that's the over.
That's the over. Yeah, I'd probably take over on Queen. I can see Queen falling. The one spot I'd be worried about there is Phoenix at 10. That's a total wild card because they just acquired that pick in the Kevin trade. They need a big, but they have no defense. Are they really going to take Derek Queen, who's a true zero position defender and who just wants to like dribble between his legs and cook guys one-on-one off the dribble? I actually really like Derek Queen. He's super fun to watch, and he's just an entertaining player in general. Talk to him at the combine. He's got a cool personality. But I'm skeptical teams are going to want a big man who can't defend, who doesn't shoot threes, and who basically has no role player equity. Like either Derek Queen's going to be an all-star on his rookie contract, or I don't know. It's not going to go too well for Derek Queen as a bench big, I don't think, because he just doesn't have a complementary skill set around other stars. I think Derek slides beyond 11 or 12 or whatever that line was, and that he could be someone who really falls on draft night.
Give us a name that is going to be shocking when they get drafted in the top 10 or top 20, where it's going to be like, whoa, that was a bit of a reach.
Good question. I guess I'm looking at Carter Bryant. Carter Bryant, to me, is not the most exciting player because like 80% of his baskets as a freshman at Arizona were assisted. He basically can't do anything on offense other than hit spot-up threes. But this guy has an ideal frame for an NBA wing, 6'8", 220, 7'1" wingspan. Totally sick athleticism, just that length, explosiveness combo with spot-up shooting really intrigues NBA teams. I would not be surprised if he's the pick to the Raptors at number 9. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to the Suns at 10, Portland at 11. So I don't know what his like draft line is right now in terms of the sports books, but I think Carter Bryant's going to get serious consideration from 9 to 12 in this draft. And, you know, I might think that, like, this guy can't do anything with the ball in his hands, but if he hits his spot-up threes, if he defends, you know, you could see a Toumani Camara type path for him, who became an all-NBA defender on the Portland Trail Blazers this year. Really good young forward. I think that's the model for Carter Bryant to follow.
Ricky, we've got about a minute left. Do you think Giannis also goes to the Western Conference?
Wouldn't be shocked. The Rockets still have all their good trade stuff. The Rockets traded basically nothing for Kevin Durant, and the ball's in Giannis's court, right? Like, the Bucks are not going to trade Giannis unless he really forces his way out. Right now, Giannis doesn't want to do that. Giannis just had his 4th baby. Giannis has been on vacation, basically, you know, the whole offseason. So I do wonder if, you know, just because of what is going on at home, is this the time for him to really like pack up shop and leave the only organization he's known that caters everything to him? At the end of the day, though, Giannis turns 31 this year. The Bucks have no chance, not only this year while Lillard's out, but I just don't see how the Bucks can salvage what the roster left over, even in the Eastern Conference. So I think Giannis probably has to leave eventually, and yeah, all the stars go to the West. That's just the NBA, the way the NBA has operated since Jordan retired from the Bulls in '98. So I like Giannis to the Rockets. I could see this happening very late in the NBA offseason. We had a blockbuster deal last year at the buzzer the day before training camp. Karl Anthony Towns traded to the New York Knicks. Wouldn't be surprised if something similar happened with James Harden to the Rockets back in the day. We saw it with Lillard. That was a late trade. So I wouldn't rule out a Giannis trade yet. The Rockets have all their trade assets. They didn't give Phoenix back any of their future picks. If I'm the Bucks, give me those Suns' future picks. Give me Amen Thompson. I can see it happen.
Good stuff, Ricky O'Donnell, SBNation.com. Ton of content every day. Make sure you check them out. Enjoy the draft tomorrow. And we're going to talk about the hot dog eating competition. We got some betting markets. That's next. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Yep, we've got some numbers for the hot dog eating competition coming your way. 4th of July, right around the corner. Joe O, Sammy P, with you here. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Did see this one. Now I'm not sure how to take this. Okay, so we all know during MLB All-Star Week, there's nothing going on. So ESPN decided to make their own awards show. They make it a thing. I hate it. I don't watch it. I don't care about it, but some people do. Now I'm kind of intrigued because I like the host that was hired, but I don't know if it's going to work. Sam, the host is Shane Gillis. That was just announced. What do you think? Here's my thing. Love Shane Gillis. I know you're a fan as well. It's going to be on ABC as well. ABC and ESPN. So I don't know. The last time he was doing network TV stuff, I keep thinking back to SNL, where a lot of people hated it, but the Gillis fans thought it was great because he was doing his thing.
Just have that dump buddy or dump button ready to go. Have the dump buddy ready too, whatever that is. Ever since you said big dumper yesterday, my mind has completely been in the gutter. Okay, I understand it. Is it bad that I'm hoping for chaos with this?
I'm hoping for chaos, 100%. My first thought was, do you remember when Norm Macdonald did it in 1998 and how uncomfortable people were with the OJ jokes? There's this clip that I always see. I swear it's like once a month it pops up. I'll send it your way. Of when Norm told an uncomfortable joke and Griffey Jr. was like, oh, I think it was Griffey. And who else? Oh, man. There are a couple of, there's a I can't remember the name. The Raiders corner. Went to Michigan and I'm blanking on his name right now. I think it wasn't Howard. I forgot who it was, but like there were some like uncomfortable moments, but that's my kind of comedy, like Norm Gillis. I think it'll be good, but I wonder if he's going to dial it back because it's on ABC. I might you know what? I'm not going to watch. Why am I even going to say I'm going to watch? If there are good moments, it'll be everywhere, and that's how I'll consume it.
I was basically going to just say watch the beginning and then turn it off because there's nothing like watching athletes virtue signal for 3 hours. That's not something that I'm here for. But the opening monologue,
Gillis would make fun of him, but he'd make fun of him. So
sure, we'll see. I hope he does both sides of the aisle. I hope he goes at the Republicans and the Democrats because that's the only fair way to do it. Have you seen his joke about? Yeah, well, like one of my favorite jokes is he goes, "My favorite thing about President Biden is when he turns into a Roomba once he finishes his speech." So good, but then he goes at Trump. His Trump is very good, and he did.
Oh, he's got to do it.
He better. He should. Yeah. Why not? Be an equal opportunity hater. That's how you do it.
100%. I'm just. Oh man, I'm just thinking about what could possibly happen, and then I'm thinking about him talking about, is it his cousin? Like, is he going to do that at the ESPYs? Like making grilled cheese sandwiches in the middle of the night?
I don't think so.
I don't think he's going to do that. Okay. Just wondering. I'm just thinking about the different bits, but he's got to do the Trump. He has the best Trump out there, so he's going to do it, and he'll upset both sides. Yeah, 100%.
Has to do it.
That'll be fun. All right, hot dog eating competition. The big news: Joey Chestnut making his return to the Nathan's hot dog eating competition. Big stuff. And Joey Chestnut was on the Better Angle this weekend, right here on the BetMGM Network.
I find motivation. I remember when I lost in 2015, I used that as motivation to come back hungrier. And then that's when I finally broke 70 hot dogs. I'm using this as last year's motivation. I'm almost looking at it as a loss. So I need to come back stronger than I ever had before. And that's what I'm looking at. I'm using it as motivation. And everybody out there in New York is I'm going to be feeding off their energy and just going in hungry.
Joey Chestnut on the Better Angle this weekend, BetMGM Network. Funny he threw out the number 70 because the betting number is 71.5. 71.5, as we know, did not compete last year. In 23, 62 hot dogs. 2022, 63 hot dogs. Okay, 62 and 63, but in 2021 it was 76. The number's 71.5. Man, haven't done it in 4 years. I don't know that I'd be bet. You don't want to bet against them, but I don't know that I'd be betting over 71.5, Sam.
I'm disgusted by these numbers, some of them. So if you go back over the years, he had 62, 63, 76, 75, 71, 74, 72, 70. Ugh, that's a lot of hot dogs. And think about that. I mean, every time we talk about this, we get into the betting angle and all that, and understandably so. 10 minutes, Joe. That's 7 hot dogs a minute. If you just close your eyes and think about how disgusting that is.
Yeah.
Ah! Yeah. And they do say one of the grossest places in sports is Coney Island 15 minutes after the contest.
Oh, I'm sure.
Limit. You have 15 minutes to keep it down, and then you can do whatever you want. They watch you for 15, and then you're on your own, and you can do whatever you have to do. Oh, in the 1 year, it's 95 degrees, and they're all sweating. Oh, God.
It's a long time.
It's so disgusting. My thoughts on Chestnut, every year, you're gambling. Some of these guys you can find in that middle range, but Chestnut at 71.5, he has such a volatile range. As I mentioned, at 23, he had 62. In 21, he had 76. So he's the pace setter, and he always will be as long as he's in the contest. Well, maybe not always, but he's still in his prime. I mean, this is a guy that's only 41 years old. You'd think he'd be older. I'm sure his intestines are older than 41. But I have no idea what to do with 71.5. Last year, we were talking about Nick Weary, who was on a radio station in Las Vegas. I do a show, Cofield and Company, every Tuesday. And Nick Weary was on Cofield and Company. And he was talking about how he was eating 55 in prelims and 55 in practices. And I heard that and went over 46.5. And even with all that, he only ate 46 and 3 quarters. So he just got over that 46.5. My thought process is always try and find that guy in the second or third tier and pick off a bad number. Like Bertoletti, for example. Bertoletti won this last year by eating 58 dogs and buns in 10 minutes. So he eats 58. The number on him is 49.5. Why is it so off? I don't get it.
Before we get to the numbers on these other guys, let me ask you this. So you just mentioned Bertoletti 58, but the year before Chestnut won was 62. Before that, 63. It's not the gap that we saw years ago when he was going 70s. If you look at the last 3 years, like Bertoletti, is he that far off the pace? I don't know what Chestnut is doing right now. I have no idea. I don't know what it means to say a hot dog eating competitor is past their prime. Like at what age? Is it young 40s like Chestnut is right now? The numbers are clearly going down over the last half decade for him. Like, is he still unbeatable? Because we start at 14-1 with everybody else, with Chestnut sitting minus 2,500. You're right, you're gambling, but I'm kind of wondering, like, maybe 14, 16-1 on Webb, something like that might be worth it because we don't see that big gap. It's been Chestnut low 60s, and last year Bertoletti was upper 50s.
Bertoletti, Chicagoan, and he was on with our guys from the 108 podcast before and after. They made him put the mustard belt on their show, or not put it on, but like bring it out. So he's 40. He's no spring chicken compared to Chestnut at 41. I didn't mean that you're gambling on Chestnut to win. I think 71.5 is a total crapshoot.
He could do anything. Yeah.
He could go over very easily. He could go under very easily. So that feels to me like it's an unbettable number. But these other guys, Esper and Webb, they both had pretty decent showings last year. And, Esper had 53, Webb had 52.
Mm-hmm.
Not that we look at last year as the end all be all, but if they feel like they can get Chestnut now, and, I don't want to think about this too psychologically, but they just did what they did a year ago and cracked 50. Now the champ is back. You would think motivationally they want to go out of the gate early with him. The problem when you try and go dog for dog with Chestnut, a lot of people run into this. You just fatigue yourself out. And if you try and keep pace, you're at a good number and then you hit that wall. And when you hit the wall, like we've seen guys with over-unders of 45.5. And through the first 5 minutes, they're at 28. So you're doing the math in your head like, oh, well, he's going to get 56. No, that's not how it works. You take the 5-minute pace and just double it. For some guys, okay, Chestnut can do it. Chestnut can exceed that pace. That's the hardest part about weaving in Joey Chestnut because he is the national treasure, to use a horse analogy. He's the horse that gets the early lead. And if you burn out early trying to catch him, you're in trouble. You have to sustain your pace and not worry about what he's doing, but that's the battle. So, yeah, Jeffrey Esper, who, again, had 53 last year, his over-under is 50.5. He should get there. But if he tries to come out of the gate guns blazing with Joey Chestnut, he could land on 40 if he flames out. So it makes it a lot more complicated adding the best guy to ever do it back to the field because we don't know what that does to the pace and what that does to other readers.
You're right. Esper has been trending up 47.5, 49, 53. And again, the number 50.5. Webb has been trending up 41.5, 47, 52. The number's 49.5. We have time to talk about it, but that's probably the way to focus. Look at some of these other names that have been trending up over the last few years. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats coming up next. NBA draft betting. How do you do it tomorrow? We'll tell you. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
the first pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Orlando Magic select Paolo Banchero from Duke University.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Yeah, that was a big one. Big betting story just a few years ago. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network, round 1 of the NBA Draft. Going down tomorrow, and this morning we see markets popping up in different books. Like earlier in the morning, I was looking at BetMGM, and there wasn't much there. And Sam's like, did you see what they posted? Like, so now that we're within 48 hours, a lot of those spots posting different numbers. Get to that in a second. Just ran upstairs during the break. This dog ain't going to make it, man. I'll just say that. Ain't going to make it. Yesterday, I realized, oh, there's a counter that's wide open. Nobody's home. What's going on? Ate an entire huge bag of popcorn that was sitting there forever. And I just went up there now, and apparently he ate a whole pack of Big League Chew. And there's hydrogen peroxide laying on the counter. Why? Because my wife called the vet, and the vet said that's poisonous to dogs. He's got to vomit it. So you give him the hydrogen peroxide. He has not thrown up yet. I mean, this is just getting crazy.
I was going
not
to
making
say,
chicken parm tonight.
I don't think gum is good for the dog. I know
It's
chocolate
real bad.
very bad. Chocolate bad. Grapes bad, which I didn't know until a couple years ago.
I do you know how I found out? Did I tell you that?
You shooting grapes into his mouth?
Oh yeah. I wasn't sure if you were on the show then. Yes.
No, it was not. But I know that because I was doing it once. I was playing Kobe Bryant with somebody's dog. I was like, Kobe, letting it fly, fade away.
So how'd you find out?
The dog's mouth. I got screamed at by the dog owner.
You're hammered. You're shooting grapes into the dog's mouth.
That's a fair assumption, but no, I was not hammered at the time. I was at a party. It was a 4th of July party or something like that. This is years ago. This is 3 or 4 years ago. And you know how it goes at a party. The food comes out at 3 or 4. So you got appetizers, and the women love to do these charcuterie boards. So I snagged a handful of grapes, and the dog followed me. Dog knew exactly what I was doing because the dog wanted the grapes. So then I'm in the other room, like, busting a move, a little fadeaway action, shooting grapes into the dog's mouth. And then I got reprimanded. But,
Kobe,
where was I? Gum, according to a very quick Google search, gum is almost impossible for the dog's body to break down. So it must pass through the system if swallowed. If your dog has eaten a lot of gum, which sounds like Tucker has, it can cause blockage in the intestines. So your wife is totally right. Now you have to force feed the dog something to get the gum out.
Yeah. Hydrogen peroxide, which is really fun. That's great. The dog's not going to learn. Like, he'll learn soon. He'll learn. He gets sick when he eats all this food. He'll learn. No, he's not going to learn. Insane. Can't keep him outside in this heat. That'll kill him too. He mustn't hate us. He doesn't want to be here anymore. Apparently.
Maybe he knew that the gum was bad and he just can't take the heat anymore. And he said, you know what? I had a good run. Gum. Give me all the gum.
Maybe. Pack of Big League Chews, a lot of gum. All those shreds hanging out of his mouth. I don't even know. I'll have to find out. I was just like, here we go again. I'm not sure. There was a grape. I think there was a strawberry up there, but how many times is Dad gonna warn people about leaving stuff on the counter? Happens again. Dude's a nut. All right. NBA draft betting. So we heard the highlight of the Banchero year. There's a reason for that. NBA draft betting has picked up over the last few years, and we'll have our complaints about how much you can actually bet, what markets are actually available at a lot of spots. It is nowhere near the NFL draft, but it's something. It gets a bump. It gets a lot of people talking about the NBA, and it can be fun. That 2022 year, 3 years ago, was fascinating because the newsmakers got it wrong. The bettors got it right. And as you heard there, remember, Banchero went number 1 overall. And that entire day, the betting markets were going wild. What do you remember about that year in 2022?
I tried to find my story on Nesson because I specifically wrote about it. And it looks like Nesson got rid of all of our betting content off the website. So
really
that's awesome. I can't find it. So
Never
it is what it
existed.
is. But I remember the way that it went down. It was Drew Dinsick, Whale Capper, who's on this network all the time. He's a regular guest on You Bet or You Bet. It was him, Andy Molitor, that group of guys. They were adamant that Paolo was going first overall. And you mentioned it was the Paolo Jabari Smith year. That was sort of the beginning of the end for Woj. I really think that sort of spitballed into him leaving NBA media because he never really recovered from that. He was banging the table and doubling and tripling down that Orlando was going to take Jabari Smith. The issue was that the bookmakers had years of data and years of validity that what Woj says goes. So they were able to, the day of the draft, I'll never forget, Drew told the story. And then I had a Spaces a week after the draft with Drew, Andy, Mitch Moss, a couple other guys that were betting Paolo. What happened was Woj was sending out multiple tweets day before and day of that Jabari was going 1. So if you're a sports book, you see that report and you think it's the law. So they're moving Jabari out to minus 600, minus 700. It got as high, I think, at minus 900 on Jabari Smith, like 24 hours or less before the draft. Well, those guys, Whale, Andy, Mitch, they were betting then Paolo at 650 and 6.25 and 6-1. And the books were willing to give it away. They were willing to give you Paolo. They thought these guys were dumb. And at the time, you could still bet. Some places were giving you a nickel on number 1 pick. That's not the case anymore. Go try and bet 500 on the number 1 pick right now. Yeah. Granted, it's a different story this year because it's Cooper Flagg minus 10,000. But there's no competition, 1 or 2. Go to the 3rd overall pick market at BetMGM. VJ Edgecombe from Baylor's minus 275 right now. Just for fun. Try and put in 500 or 1,000 and click through. You don't have to bet it. Just try and get it through. I don't think they're going to take it, especially not on the dog side. They're not going to take Trey Johnson 4-1, Con Knipple 9-1. They just don't. They don't want to gamble anymore because they know that there's a chance somebody else knows. So long story short, these guys are just pounding Banchero number 1 at 6 and 5 and 4, and then Woj waved the white flag. And these books got annihilated because then everybody piled up on Paolo. So now you're betting Paolo at 3-1, 2-1, even money, minus 200, minus 300. It changed the way that people book the NBA draft. And as we were coming back from break, I was going through the apps, Westgate, Circa in Vegas. They're not even dealing bets. You can't even bet the draft in Vegas anymore because of what happened in 2022.
Yep. There always seems to be like, because of this year, because of that year. We do the same thing in the NFL. Vegas is not interested in booking the draft at all. Like some of the other places, some of the offshores will take it. Of course, the legal books will do it, but they'll do it on their terms. They'll take very little and they'll love to promote it. Oh, we've got this, we've got that, because they know it brings attention. So they need that attention. They're fighting for customers. So they will take the bets. They won't take a lot. Like BetMGM, what they've had up there is 1 through 10. Okay, number 1 spot, obviously that's going to be Flag. Okay, number 5, number 6. When I looked this morning, that was it. That was the only market. And I know they've posted more, and that's what you're going to get. Okay, we'll post more in the last 36 hours, the day before the draft and the day of, and we're going to take them probably down in the afternoon. That's just where we are because the bettors usually have the advantage. The sportsbooks can't follow every morsel of information that is out there and track down every rumor. No game is being played. This is an information market. So every book has 1 through 10 spots. They love to take your money on that because one pick that isn't projected correctly throws everything off. So they love that market. You can bet a player to go top 5, top 10, first round. I've seen the first 4 in exact order. But as you know, Sam, what the real bettors do, the ones that can get down a little money, what they invest the most in is draft position. Whatever players are out there, over, under, that's where the value is for them. And they're going to try to bet as much as they can on specific players to go over or under the draft position.
There's a player that's very polarizing right now, and Ricky brought him up, Ricky O'Donnell, who we had on the show last hour. That's Malewak from Duke. And his number, I see MGM is dealing 8.5 under -250. He's going to go top 8. But I think people see -250 and go, You could wake up tomorrow, though, and that number could be 7.5 or 6.5. You know, if somebody comes out and says, oh, we're going to take him here, you know, these are all just guesses at this point. I don't want to give out a guy -250, but I assure you he's very live, very, very live to go in the top 5, let alone under 8.5. So that's a guy that maybe I already have a piece of, but not excited to lay under 8.5 -250. It's like when you and I did the NFL draft walk up. And remember, I said Colson Loveland's not going to make it through 15. And he was 19.5. I mean, you could go through whatever exercise you want in whichever draft. When they first put the numbers up, Colson Loveland from Michigan was 19.5. And I believe his prop closed at 14.5. And the Bears took him 10th. So, you know, these guys that run, they continue to run. And, you know, Knippel's been that guy this year. People think he's going top 5. Well, the first number I saw on Con Knippel was 7.5. And now he's 5.5 under -190 at BetMGM. I'm not saying chase it, but if you get the information before the book does, you're going to win. As for right now, the 2 bets I like are Jonas under 11.5 at -135. And then I got a text from somebody I really respect yesterday. I don't even know who this guy is, but he said, go bet Noah Essengue, Essengue. He said, bet him over 9.5. It was -105. Now it's -130. If he's right, the guy's going to go 10 or higher. So those would be the 2 actionable nuggets I have right now. Jonas under 11.5, Essengue over 9.5. But that's it. Day before the draft. There's not a lot that has any value anymore.
You want to see your Illini guy go to the Bulls?
I'm indifferent there. I love him.
You wouldn't care?
He's an awesome player. I mean, sure. I just don't.
That's his range.
I don't care if the Bulls are good anymore. I really don't. I hate their ownership so much, and I hate the way that they treat a lot of people in the media because I had to deal with it. So no, I could care less. I was the biggest Bulls fan when I was 10 years old. Could care less if they're good anymore. Just don't care anymore.
Yeah, I kind of prefer them to suck. So I'm very happy right now. I prefer the Blackhawks to suck. Very happy. It's all good in my world. I don't give a damn anymore. It just kind of sucks for people who I know and care about that cover those teams, and they need them to be good so they don't lose their jobs, so they can get good ratings, because that's what happens when they're good. The viewership is up for everyone, and it helps everyone, even though they think you're out to get them. That's not the case. You actually want them to be good.
The problem is when you have information that's good and you're doing a story or writing something, and then management doesn't have the stones to come up and talk to you, the management sends the dogs after you, and they send a PR person or the marketing person that tells you, hey, maybe you shouldn't talk about that. Oh, well, clearly I'm onto something. If you're going to send the PR person. Yeah, of course. Like, you think I'm stupid? The PR person doesn't care. But if the owner makes the PR person care, then that person very much cares. So that's how it works.
Yep, they do. No doubt about that. It's going to be fascinating to watch. A lot of times these moves, they're the correct moves. So we'll be paying close attention, especially like once we get to tomorrow's show and we see movement in the morning on some of these numbers. A lot of times that's going to be pretty spot on. But it's a draft where it starts at 3. We know what's going to happen at 1 and 2, and then there's a lot. I mean, it's pretty good. It's not awful. Sometimes we walk into these drafts and they look pretty poor. Like, no, I mean, there's some second level players that can certainly contribute. You mentioned 2022. It's amazing. We're watching the NBA Finals. You got Matherin on one side who went 6, J-Dub on the other who went 12. What a draft that looks to be already. Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats coming up next. NFL long shot futures. We'll take a look on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P. We'll talk some NFL long shots coming up in a few minutes. A couple of markets that popped to us for long shot bets, but it's mid to late June. We got a lot of time. We're still over a month away from training camp, so we'll dive more into that in the off season. But Sam, you did find some of the articles or nuggets from your articles that you posted a while back at a former employer, but now you can't find because they took them all down. You did find some of that info?
Nesson Betts is dead, as you know. I did find a screen grab because I remember I wrote this line, so I was able to find it in my photos. This is literally a screenshot of the story that I wrote in 2022. This is the way it was summarized back then. League insiders and sharp bettors are fighting a days-long tug of war. The insiders are adamant Smith is Orlando's clear-cut choice, but influential money can't stop betting Banchero at bloated prices. It's like watching the Energizer Bunny bounce wall to wall after inhaling an entire box of Pixie Sticks. I think that's a pretty good line. But also in this story, it says that 2 days before the draft, Jabari Smith was out to minus 700. So all those guys that we had talked about were sticking to their guns and betting Paolo at 575, 550, 525, and then bet him all the way through minus 110 and just cleaned up on it. There's actually, if you're really that interested, I don't know why you would be in a story from 3 years ago, but if you just Google how Sharp is betting the 2022 NBA draft, Fox, there's a write-up there. I talked to a couple guys about how it happened and how it moved, but that was it, man. That was the flag in the ground. Bookmakers after that draft said, we're done, especially in Vegas. They don't even offer the draft anymore because of that draft.
Yep. Yeah, no doubt about it. So a few interesting nuggets. I think we're going to see more markets. Do you need something? Go. I'll be out in 10 minutes. Close the door.
Was that Tucker? Is that the dog?
That was Emma.
Oh.
No, like I'm clearly on the air. What do you have to tell me, or what do you have to give me? Or, I don't know.
What if it was a nice little card that said "I love you, Daddy"?
It wasn't. She was holding out her AirPods, which means she needs them connected somewhere. I don't. She was having issues
so
there.
She needed something.
Oh, of course. So mom is on a work call upstairs, so she already probably got a talking to because she was probably trying to interrupt her calls, and now she's interrupting my show, also a call. So yeah, fun stuff in the summer.
A 3-hour call with your best friend.
That's right.
So before we pivot into long shot bets, sometimes I wish, man, I was 8 years old again. Nobody said it would be this easy, right? Growing up, bills, mortgages.
Yeah.
I wish I could just interrupt a Zoom call and not give a damn about it.
Like, this is what
life.
I need right now. I need my AirPods connected. This is what I need.
Daddy, I can't open my candy bar, Daddy. Like, that's her world right now. Not anything else. I can't get open my candy bar. Oh, if only things
tend
were
to
so
the
simple.
dying dog. Go make sure the dog's not eating more Big League Chew. Can we do that right now?
Quit giving the dog gum.
Yeah. What a mess. What a mess. All right. Some NFL long shots. I got a couple down, a couple that came to mind as far as awards betting. Didn't take a deep dive into, say, season leaders or touchdown leaders or any of that stuff at this point. Just a couple of awards that popped to me. How about you? Where did you start?
Michael Penix, MVP, 75-1.
Oh my God.
That's where I'd like to start. Look, the accuracy needs to be better. That much is very obvious to anybody who watched Michael Penix last year. But the upside is there. The arm strength is unbelievable. So last year, very limited action. He started 3 games, 3 touchdowns, 3 picks, completed only 58% of his passes. But they threw him sort of into the fire because Cousins was so bad that they had to make a change and turn the page. He showed flashes. He threw a couple 30, 40-yard passes that were just jaw-dropping. When he does connect, the throws are very high octane. There were some other throws that were not. But in terms of narrative, we have to understand a lot of times these awards are based on narrative, not on numbers, on narrative. This has been the most popular, trendy, sexy team in that division for 3 years. You want to talk 22 and going back into the time machine to talk NBA draft? Go back to 2022, June, July, August, and read all the stories about how this is the year for the Falcons. And I think that was with Desmond Ridder at quarterback. So we've been doing this song and dance for some time. The talent has been there on offense. They've been stacking guys on offense. Think about the Drake Londons and the Kyle Pittses, which maybe didn't work out all that much. But, I mean, they've put the capital there. You go Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, and then Desmond Ridder is the quarterback, or Marcus Mariota is the quarterback. So now they think they have a quarterback. And you brought up in the last couple of months how they've addressed their defense, adding pressure, adding guys in the draft. So if this is the best team in the NFC South finally, and they can win 11 or 12 games, he's going to get some love. And, it's not a sense of, all right, make this bet right now at 75-1, it's going to win, because you got to outlast Allen, Burrow, Mahomes, Lamar, whoever. But you could put yourself in a really good spot if you bet 75-1 and Michael Penix at some point in the season is 20-1 or 10-1. You could do a lot with that. So I'm looking to find guys or teams at prices that probably don't exist in late October, early November. That's what I thought this exercise was, and I think he has a very high ceiling. If everything goes right and they win a bunch of games, he's going to be in that conversation.
Your first pick is a Falcons pick. My first pick is a Falcons pick. I think we're going to be a Falcons show this summer.
Oh, boy.
Here we go. I didn't even look at MVP that much because my first reaction, well, it's probably going to be one of these 4 to 5 names, and I'm not going to go down the board. But everything you said makes sense, and there are a lot of points that I was going to bring up. It was just for a different market. Not as sexy of a number at 30-1, but Coach of the Year, Raheem Morris. They have the 4th easiest schedule, according to win total. And with all of the upgrades on defense, you're right, which they desperately needed. Every move they made, it's like, that makes sense. Yep, that's what they need to do right now. They have the offensive pieces, and another year with Zach Robinson as the OC. I expect them to take another step forward. You don't have the disaster that was Kirk Cousins at the beginning of the year. I think it's a good look. It's an awful division. So, yes, another Falcons wager would be Raheem Morris. Another one that popped to me that I was considering, I wouldn't say bet it right now, but I was just thinking about it. Like, a lot of people laughed at the idea of Brian Schottenheimer being the head coach of the Cowboys. And we've talked about how, and everybody does, how that division changes every year. The Eagles could be taking a step back. Saquon won't repeat that performance. They've lost the depth. Reasons to go elsewhere in the division. And if it's not Washington, it's probably Dallas. Well, the Dallas head coach is 30-1 too. Like, what if the Cowboys are good, double-digit wins, they win that division, people love to talk about them. Schottenheimer might be in the conversation if they have a good year. And I think they're going to have a good year. So that's why I throw him out there. I'm not calling him to win it. But if the Cowboys are in this and they win the East, Schottenheimer is going to be in that conversation. So both those guys are 30-1 right now. Morris in Atlanta, and then Schottenheimer in Dallas. But I like the Morris one a lot more.
We are not going to be betting favorites in any market end of June. Forget betting it. I don't even want to talk about it. Remember who the Coach of the Year favorite was last year, this time in the NFL?
Yes.
I know you
better
do.
Believe it.
Matt Eberflus was favored to be the NFL Coach of the Year. And he was the first Chicago Bears coach ever to be let go midseason. So think about that. And this happens all the time. I mean, the Heisman market's another perfect example. Spencer Rattler was favored one summer. DJ Uiagalelei was favored one summer. Forget it. We're looking down the board. Let me throw the rookie quarterbacks at you and just give you a price. So let me pull up the MGM market. Offensive Rookie of the Year. Genty and Cam Ward are favored right now, plus 250, co-favored. So there's Ward, 250. Tyler Shook, 15-1. Shedeur Sanders, who's quarterback 3, 4 right now, is 22-1. And then you get to Jackson Dart. I'm not even a Jackson Dart guy, but I could be wrong there. I mean, how many times have we said this guy's no good or this guy isn't going to do anything, and then he has a big rookie season? If they make the switch, if Brian Daboll watches 2 or 3 games of Russell Wilson and says, forget it, let's just go to the kid, there's a possibility there. I know Jameis is the backup, but Jameis isn't a long-term answer. There's a chance, a smaller chance, that they go to Dart after a few games. And I just don't think that you should have Cam Ward at plus 250. And the price range on Jackson Dart right now, there's an 18-1, a 20, a 25, a 25, and a 35-1. Don't bet the 18, bet the 35. Why can't he come in and play well in a very tough division? I know some sharp guys think they're going to be formidable this year. Not going to win 8 games or make the playoffs, but be dangerous. Maybe be a good cover team. He's got Malik Neighbors. They like Slayton. I think their O-line is a little bit better than people think. There's a chance he comes in. And what if they upset the Eagles once or upset the Cowboys or the Commanders? The big moments are there for the taking. Now, they have to take them. But there's no way I'm betting Cam Ward at plus 250. That's not happening. So I don't think a flyer on a guy like Jackson Dart is the worst idea, especially at the price. Not at 18, not at 20, at 35-1.
We haven't talked about these bets, right? We did them independently.
I have no idea what you're going to say next.
So you start with a Falcons bet, then I had a Falcons bet. Now I've got you do a Giants bet, and I've got a Giants bet. They're different bets. It's not the same, but it's somewhat related to Dart too. I'm looking at Malik Neighbors 35-1 for Offensive Player of the Year.
Oh.
And that ties into what you're talking about. If Dart is good, with the quarterback play of Daniel Jones, Drew Lock, Tommy DeVito, and Tim Boyle, Neighbors had the most targets per game at 11.3 per game last year. So the volume you would expect to be there. And if it's not Dart, they're going to start the year with Russ or Jameis. Like there'll be some combination maybe in the first month of the year. And eventually we expect them to go to Dart. But you want to talk about a ceiling guy, someone that is going to get the numbers. You need targets when you're a wide receiver winning the Offensive Player of the Year award. That's what usually happens. They're up there at the very top of targets. Look at Jefferson. Look at when Kupp did it. Neighbors, like who's the competition on that offense for Neighbors? And they're probably going to be trailing in a lot of these games. If Neighbors stays healthy, I expect him to throw up ridiculous numbers. So I guess these are kind of correlated. If you like Dart, we should probably like Neighbors too this season.
Do we like Giants win total over?
Oh my God. I don't know about that one.
Well, here's the thing. We just have to ask. We have to ask Costos about it, and whatever he says, we just go the other way. So if he says under 5.5 is a lock, which is something that he probably would say, we then just bet over 5.5. That's the win total right now. And if you want to go over, MGM's giving you plus 120, 5.5.
Yep. Yeah. I like the Neighbors look. And I'm going to throw another name out there for OPOY that it just came to mind immediately. I don't like it as much. I don't like the number as much as the Neighbors one, but Puka should have a really good year. And I know they bring in Devontae. Yeah. And he's going to be on the other side. The Puka number is 20-1 for Offensive Player of the Year. I'll take a look at some of the other markets for Puka as well. But I think the schedule sets up very well for them, Sam. And I'm looking at the Rams playing outdoors. Any bad weather games? I don't really see it. The outdoor games early on in the year, Tennessee, Philly. In October, it's Baltimore. In November, it's San Francisco and Carolina around Thanksgiving. And then at the end of the year, they're playing indoors. It's Arizona, Detroit, Seattle, Atlanta, in Arizona. 2 home games, and 3 of those are road games. The Arizona, Seattle, Atlanta are on the road, all indoors. So the climate is going to be perfect for him. You still got Kyron, and then you bring in Devontae, maybe a little of attention, but I don't think Adams is the same player that he was. So I don't think it's going to be, oh, well, Devontae's going to take half the workload. I'm not expecting that. Puka's still the man. He could be in that conversation. Just don't love the number as much at 20-1.
I already bet it. He had 160 targets as a rookie. 160. Last year played 11 games, still had 106 targets. Staffy loves Puka Nacua.
Yep, he's going to go to him. So a couple of long shots just to give you an early idea. Joe O, Sammy P. Let's talk some golf on the other side. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Yanovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P, BetSweats, BetMGM Network. We've already moved full football brain. Like, that's what we're talking about during the break. Some of these different divisions, some of the numbers that are out there. It's fun. Got a long way to go, though. NBA draft going down tomorrow. We've been talking about that. We've been talking about all sorts of stuff. Hot dog eating competition. I started thinking about golf during the hot dog eating competition conversation because there is a market without Joey Chestnut. It just reminded me of the popular golf market without Scotty Scheffler that people are betting because he's so scary. They don't want any part of Scheffler possibly winning and scoring them. Like, you don't want an outright, you have a great number, and then he finishes second to Scheffler. So people will take the shorter number and go that route. Well, you can do that with the hot dog eating competition and Joey Chestnut too.
I saw Bertoletti's number plus 180. Dave Mason's hanging right now at his shop. So Esper without Chestnut plus 160, Bertoletti plus 180, James Webb 2-1. If you're curious about the prices with Joey Chestnut, Esper goes from plus 160 to 14-1, Bertoletti plus 180 to 14-1, and James Webb 2-1 to 16-1. Very similar, very good comparison there. Chestnut and Scheffler. I like that.
Okay, I'm learning something today because I didn't know anything about this. So where you can find these hot dog numbers, you've got to go offshore right now. We haven't seen it at the legal books. We're just seeing what numbers are available, what bets are available. And if you're on the hunt for it, the section you have to check is entertainment. Okay, that makes sense. It's not a regular sport, right? It's a sport. Don't tell them it's not a sport, but you're not going to find it in the other categories. And I saw something. I'm like, okay, there's some wild markets that are available. They'll post anything that will get some action. And I would try to do the same if I were a book. I saw numbers on the Homeless World Cup. Do you know what this is?
Is that?
Have you heard of this?
As I say that, I saw a movie about this. Is it soccer? I think it is.
Yes.
Yeah, there was a movie about this, or a documentary that I watched last summer, where they take people from all over the world and they play soccer. What was the movie?
You knew about this.
Yeah, well, only because I saw the movie, which is called The Beautiful Game, I believe is the name. Yeah, that's it. So they like put it on Netflix and kind of played it out. So they take people from all these different countries and they play football matches, and it's the Homeless World Cup. Yeah, The Beautiful Game is the movie. There it is.
That's wild. Did you like it?
It was a decent movie. I was entertained. Okay. I didn't turn it off. I turn a lot of movies off these days. If I don't like it 30 minutes in, I turn it off.
I watch series more so. I don't watch a ton of movies, but I'm with you, man. Like, my wife refuses to quit on shows. I'm like, just because you watch season 2, you hate season 3, why are you still wasting all your time? It's so many hours. Like, just give up on it. You can just walk away from a show. You don't owe them anything. Like, you didn't pay for it. Just keep on moving with your life. South America minus 200 in that one. Okay.
South America is not a country, though. It's a continent.
It's by continent. No, I'm saying you bet on the continent.
Oh, yeah. You bet on the continent. Okay, all right. Because in the movie they did it by countries. Like, you had all these different countries that were in it. So this is by continent. Okay, interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the market. Any of them in South America, North America, and Caribbean, plus 250. Europe plus 280. Anyways, Joe O, Sammy P, BetSweats, BetMGM Network. Scheffler, man, that's where every conversation starts with golf. It's unreal. It does remind you of Tiger, like these numbers that are getting posted, and then even after he will have, I don't know, a start where he isn't vintage Scotty. Let's say he's 5 shots back. Like, the live numbers don't really move all that much because the books know that they are just looking for any opportunity to find Scheffler value. And it's kind of like this battle where the books don't really want to give it up.
the algorithm just over adjusts and over adjusts and over adjusts. And we saw it the other way this past weekend because Scotty was the first round leader, right? Wasn't he either first or second? He was like 7 or 8 under.
Or was he tied? Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, you're right. He was 8 under, and it was Austin Eckroat, maybe. Does that sound right? So those guys were both at the top, and then you saw it the other way. So after he takes, an early lead, he was minus 110. We're on the show Friday. Scotty Scheffler's minus 110, which then creates even more value on everybody else. Because if Scheffler's minus 110, now the guys that were 12-1 are 16-1, and the guys that were 20-1 are 25-1, and the guys that were 30-1 are 40-1. All because Scotty had a 64 in the first round. So anybody that was betting Tommy Fleetwood or Keegan Bradley after the first 18 holes probably got a better number than they did before the whole tournament started, which is another fascinating angle on Scotty Scheffler's dominance. But if you look at the 9 tournaments he's played in last, so I'm going to start with the Houston Open on March 30th and go through the Travelers. Here are his finishes in the last 9 events. T2, 4, T8, 1, 1, T4, 1, T7, T6. And you're now seeing these top 10 prices minus 330, minus 350. That's where we're at. It used to be top 10 on Scheffler. If you go back a year or two, you could bet Scotty top 10 at minus 130, minus 150. Now it's $2 higher. The top 10 prices became the top 5 prices. Now he's minus 110 to be top 5, minus 130 to be top 5. I know people will say, oh, he didn't win. He choked. He finished 4th or 8th. 2, 4, 8, 1, 1, 4, 1, 7, 6. There's nobody better on the planet right now, and there's nobody more consistent.
Is it worth just kind of laddering him every week? Just do top 5, top 10 every week? Or is the price
with top
just
10 is you're laying the 350, and eventually he's going to finish 18th or whatever. Jeff Seeley, who has been on Chicken Dinner a lot, and he does a lot of stuff in the golf space, he was doing this last year when Scheffler was still minus 120, minus 130. He was parlaying Scheffler top 10 with the Thunder to win the title or the Yankees to win the World Series. So that's what he was doing. Yeah, you just kind of hook Scotty top 10 at a major with whatever you'd like. And then you turn that minus 110 into a parlay with something at 10-1 and the odds go crazy. But here we go through the Masters, 4th, the PGA, he won it. And the US Open, he's top 7. I don't want to say he's an auto bet to be top 10 at a major, but it's about as close as it gets. The issue is that everybody knows that now. So you're not getting the minus 110 anymore. Now you got to lay minus 300 on him to be top 10.
Well, yeah, I mean, you go to the Open Championship, like BetMGM has the best number out there at 5-1 that I see. And then you also have books that are plus 325. What do you think he is for top 5 at that plus 325 book to win it? Like, that price is insane. Like, they're just saying, we don't want Scheffler money. We don't want to deal with it. Or you're going to bet him anyways. So we're going to offer you a garbage number because it doesn't really matter.
I didn't look, but I'm just trying to remember what he was at the U.S. Open. He was about 450 to win. So he was minus 330 to be top 10. U.S. top 5 or top 10?
Well, I was saying top 5 because of how ridiculous these numbers are. Yeah, like
so my guess,
can't really go top 10.
My guess would be if he's 3.25 or 350 to win, he'd have to be minus 200. Oh, top 5, not top 10. Sorry. Minus 180.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Is that what it is?
Interested in doing that? No, I don't even see it posted. I didn't look.
Oh, okay. That'd be my guess.
I just saw the outright numbers.
350. Well, somebody's got to have that up, I would think. Oh no, they don't. No, just the outrights. But that's where you're at. If you're a bookmaker, why would you want to write anything? There's no point in giving him away. You just make it expensive and hope that people are now laying $1.80 to go top 5 and minus 350 top 10, and you pray that he misses the cut or finishes 20th or whatever. But that guy is as dialed in as it gets. And I think a lot of people look at the results and only see 3 wins and go, oh, well, he doesn't have it anymore, or he doesn't this, or oh, he hasn't won in 3 weeks. Unbelievable tear from March 30th on. Unreal.
Yeah, truly is. Do you like it when there's one guy that's so much better than everybody else and you're going against that guy? Or did you like it more, like, let's go back a few years ago before he started this crazy run? The long period of time without Tiger, where it could be anybody any week. Like, there are things that are good for the sport. I feel dominance, all-time greats are really good for the sport, but it gives some challenges with betting. But I guess you could also make the argument that it also invites value too. So there will be people on that side of it as well.
I think the potential that the books have added with these non-Scheffler markets or the non-Scheffler and Rory markets makes it interesting, because now you can just key them out and you don't have to deal with them. And you can find a guy in that 40-1 range to win outright, but then you do the without Scotty market and he goes from 40 to 33. So it's not a precipitous drop. You'll take 33. I know you will, to not have to deal. You'll pay that $7 and not deal with Scotty the Psycho. I think that's another way to entice more action. And you're going to see more and more of that if he continues this run.
Sam Panayotovich, I'm Joe Ostrowski. You've got Bet Sweats weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM network. With you another hour. We'll look at today's MLB card, wrap with our lightning bets. But coming up next, we'll talk some college with Caroline Fenton right here on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. and Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome in, Nesson Nation, for this hour. Joe O, Sammy P with you weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network. We now welcome in Caroline Fenton of Yahoo Sports and SiriusXM. Follow her on X at Caroline Fenton, the numeral 1. Caroline, 60 days away from the start of the college football season. So it'll feel like a sprint once we get to another month. At this point, everything's turning. NBA season over, NHL, a lot of things are wrapping up here. What are you focused on a day-to-day?
On a day-to-day, that's starting to shift as we get closer and closer to the college football season. Like you said, it has felt like the past couple of months have been so college football playoff alignment and expansion heavy. Are we doing the 4-4-2-2 model? Are we doing the 5-11 model? Are we, what are the plans for the future of college football? And I think over the last few years, since about 2020, whenever we really saw that seismic shift in college football with NIL and the transfer portal the way that we know it, offseason has been dominated so much by legal talk and, structure talk and conference realignment talk. And then once we get into July, once conference media days start to get rolling, as we will get rolling in the next couple of months, then we can start talking about, okay, transfer portal impact players and returning quarterbacks and which coaches are on the hot seat. We can get into actually talking about football. We can get to actually talking about over-under win totals and who we think could be a potential dark horse for the college football playoffs. So to answer your question, I am starting to shift from what does the future of the college football playoff look like in 2026? What does 2030 look like when a lot of these conference media rights deals expire? To now, all right, whose transfer portal is going to be the most impactful and which quarterback should we be talking about a lot more and which transfer portal quarterback is going to make the biggest impact for their respective teams? So we're kind of making a shift into actual football talk, and I'm ready for it.
Yes. I told Joe on Memorial Day, I was with a bunch of people who bet college football pretty well, and they're very good at it. And I came back from that trip with two teams. One of them was Clemson, and the other one was Penn State. That was the two-team parlay, I guess, of teams that maybe could contend more than usual. And I thought, all right, well, Clemson I could get behind because we've seen it. With Penn State, we haven't seen it since Paterno, and we're going way back in the time machine for that. So I'm thinking, all right, Penn State, all right. Then I opened a magazine last week and I see Penn State, #1 team in the country. And I'm like, like, whoa. I can't get there. And maybe I'm wrong. But when you hear people say that Penn State is the most talented team or the best team in the country, what's your reaction?
My reaction is it's about damn time. Like, it's about time that Penn State is talked about in that kind of top of college football. But it's about time also that James Franklin starts to deliver on those expectations. I view Penn State as the ultimate always a bridesmaid and never a bride kind of team, because that's where they've been. That they're a top 3 team in the Big Ten, but historically they haven't been top 2. Because it's been Michigan and Ohio State, or Ohio State and insert this team here, or Michigan and insert this team here, and then Penn State at 3. That James Franklin has this moniker, rightfully so, that he can always beat the teams that he's supposed to beat, but he can't beat the teams that he's not supposed to beat. And if you can't beat the teams that you are not supposed to beat, then you will not win a national championship. And with the amount of talent that Penn State brings in year after year after year, and the amount of talent that Penn State has this year, we should be talking about them as national title contenders. But as we've seen with Ryan Day, as we have seen with Brian Kelly, until you break through, you will have that kind of scarlet A on your chest of can beat the teams he's supposed to beat, but can't win the big one. So I think like your hesitation and your trepidation there of I can't talk about Penn State as the #1 team in the country is fair, because James Franklin hasn't proven that he can get there to the mountaintop. But with those two teams that you just mentioned, Clemson and Penn State, I think the most glaring thing, the similarity that really sticks out to me of those two teams, are returning quarterbacks that have college football playoff experience, and Cade Klubnik and Drew Aller. I think having that returning quarterback and having that returning quarterback that has experience with incredibly, high risk and, high stakes games is invaluable. And for that reason and that reason alone is enough to have excitement and high expectations for those two teams. Because I think fairly have some hesitations about Texas because I don't know how much I'm getting out of Arch Manning. We've seen him against Mississippi State and UTSA. Okay, that's great. I want to see him against Ohio State week 1. I want to see him week after week after week in an SEC schedule. Same thing with Ohio State. Same thing with Alabama. Same thing with a lot of these college football playoff teams that are replacing quarterbacks that either left in the transfer portal or to the NFL.
It's fascinating because that's a conversation about continuity. And those quarterbacks in the same system, same coaches, more reps, they're probably going to improve. And we've seen a lot of quarterbacks that get a lot of reps at the college level be successful, in some cases surprising to some, like Brock Purdy in the NFL. And then also, though, if you think back to last year, 2 quarterbacks in the championship game, like, oh, those are first-year quarterbacks, transfer portal guys. And then we saw other playoff teams with guys having success at some point in the year in year number 1. So let's talk about some of these quarterback situations where you have new guys, where maybe you could see them making an impact, or maybe they're surrounded with greatness and they did their job, right? I guess you could make those cases for Ohio State and Notre Dame last year. Any quarterback situations that you find really intriguing and they could make that sort of a run in year 1?
I think John Mateer at Oklahoma is so incredibly intriguing because just how I said it's about damn time for James Franklin at Penn State, I feel the exact same way about Brent Venables at Oklahoma. That Oklahoma fans are not accustomed to not winning 6 games, but they're not accustomed to not being in the college football playoff conversation. That Oklahoma's offense this past season was the worst that we've seen probably in my lifetime. That it's about time that Brent Venables starts showing up consistently. He had one solid season, a 10-win season, but after that, it has not just been falling short of expectations. It was a flat out disappointment. And I think Brent Venables is entering this season on the hot seat, which is exactly why he went into the transfer portal and got John Mateer, which is exactly why he kind of overhauled that offensive coaching staff. Oklahoma also brought in several other pieces offensively to kind of put around John Mateer. Now, there is no rest for the weary. Oklahoma's schedule is one of the hardest that I have ever seen. It's definitely one of the hardest in all of college football. So it's not like Oklahoma gets a whole lot of time for all of this newness to mesh. But John Mateer at Oklahoma, pairing him with all of these offensive pieces, paired with the high expectations and the kind of win now mentality that Oklahoma fans have, given how short of expectations they have fallen the past couple of seasons, I think that is kind of at the top of the list for me, is John Mateer at Oklahoma.
I believe we had you on the show last year after Vandy upset Bama, and they were carrying the goalposts down Broadway. Yep. And trying to get him into the water, and you were painting the picture. Yeah, what an awesome scene.
It was awesome.
So the quarterback, Diego Pavia, is now, what's the term? Enabled. And he's talking smack, and he's saying that they're going to run the state of Tennessee, and you don't want to play in the Big Ten because the big boys play in the SEC. And then I look at the Vanderbilt win total, and it's 5.5. And they're 300-1 to win the SEC. Is he putting the cart before the horse maybe a little bit?
A little bit. I think he's putting the cart before every single horse ever that there ever was. And look, I adore Diego Pavia and the kind of energy and excitement that he has brought to the Vanderbilt fan base that has not been there in a very long time. I adore Clark Lee, and I love that what he has brought to Vanderbilt and to the city of Nashville. I can feel it being a Nashville resident. But let's temper our expectations here. I love Diego Pavia because he has kind of that Johnny Manziel, Joe Burrow, F you, us against the world mentality. He is a smack talker. If you didn't see his post-game interview with Alyssa Lang after they beat Alabama, it was Vandy, we effing turn. Like, he is a smack talker. The reason why he plays the way he does and the reason why he had so much success at Vanderbilt last year was because he makes those F it 50-50 kind of throws. I like a quarterback that has that mentality, but you also have to understand that you are putting out rat poison into the atmosphere, and that's going to be taken up, by any coach that hears it. Let's be really honest about where Vanderbilt is as a football program. They made a bowl game last year. That was one of Clark Lee's biggest early goals in his tenure at Vanderbilt, was to make a bowl game. Great. Making a bowl game and making the college football playoff like Tennessee did last season, those are two completely different things when we're talking about quote unquote running the state. Tennessee recruits much better in the state of Tennessee than Vanderbilt ever has, or where Vanderbilt is right now, with some of the disadvantages that they have in recruiting. They don't have the same NIL pool. They have really difficult academic standards that I don't think Vanderbilt will ever be able to recruit the way that Tennessee does. Prove me wrong. So to say, quote unquote, run the state, I think is way putting the cart before the horse. I'm sure Vanderbilt fans hear that and they love it. They want that kind of mentality from their quarterback. But also remember that when you're creating bulletin board material like that, you're also putting a target on your back and on your team's back. So you want your quarterback to have that kind of confidence and cockiness, but might want to pump the brakes a little bit.
Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Our guest, Caroline Fenton from Yahoo Sports and Sirius XM. When you look at what happened last year and the surprises that we had, and you can make the case like, okay, the bottom of the playoff, that's probably going to rotate a little bit. You'll get some fresh teams here and there, whether it be SMU or Indiana. But then you had, because of the system, higher seeds, even though we expected them to have short stays, like Boise State and Arizona State. How do you view some of those teams? Are there any that you're believing can back it up, can get back to the college football playoff? Or are you looking like, what, my expectation is about half of these teams are going to change on a yearly basis?
I think we can view it as about half of these teams are going to change on a yearly basis. If you look at the bottom of the college football playoff this past season, SMU was a very solid team, and Kevin Jennings comes back this season. Do I feel confident in SMU being able to run back what they did this past season? Where it stands, no, because I do think the rest of the the ACC will be better around SMU. Indiana, I think they found complete lightning in a bottle, and the amount of kind of experience that Kurt Cignetti was able to get in the transfer portal, not necessarily 5 stars and 4 stars, but it was the perfect combination of experience that Indiana was able to make kind of that miraculous run. I'll throw Tennessee in there as well. I don't expect Tennessee to make a college football playoff run. They lose Dylan Sampson, who was averaging like 40 carries a game. Obviously, Nico Yamaliava leaves and goes to UCLA, and that entire saga that was a complete and total you-know-what storm. Tennessee doesn't have a quarterback where it stands right now. So I think that obviously circumstances change. You lose talent. You lose talent to the transfer portal like Tennessee did. You lose talent to just exhausting eligibility like Indiana will. And you also have teams and some of those, I'll just call it non-Big Ten and SEC conferences that can have those kind of light in a bottle kind of runs. Can Boston College do it in the ACC? Sure. Why not? Is there another team from the Big 12 that can stand up? Because the Big 12 hasn't had a ton of representation in the college football playoff compared to some other conferences. So I would say that is probably more the exception than the rule. And I think you're going to see those kind of first-time college football playoff contenders more and more every single year, that you're not going to see like a Boise State every year, because I think that they just happen to have one of the best players in the sport in Ashton Genty last year, and they won't have that this season.
Alabama, win total 9.5. Over under.
I think I have to lean under, because I don't know why I would feel any sort of validation in taking that over. And I think that we do this all the time as sports fans is, okay, over under is 10.5. I feel like there'll be a 10-win team, and so I'll take the under. I think you really have to look at this schedule. So Alabama opens the season with Florida State. I think that that's a game that they should win. But they also go on the road at Georgia. They host Tennessee, which is a team that I don't think is going to be a college football playoff team, but that game is always fun, and it has been over the past couple of years. They go on the road to South Carolina. I think South Carolina is going to be a very good team. College football playoff team? Sure. Like, why not? With what we saw from Lenora Sellers last year, Dylan Stewart on the defensive line comes back. I think South Carolina can be a really hard out this year. And Williams-Brice Stadium is an underratedly difficult place to play in the SEC. Aaron Murray, former Georgia quarterback, always used to tell me that was his least favorite place to play in the SEC was Williams-Brice Stadium. So I'm looking at that game as, a potential toss-up. And then they still have LSU. They get Oklahoma at the end of the season. That's a team that I think can be really intriguing and maybe a team that we're talking about differently at the end of October than we are in June following up a 6-win season. Finish the season at Auburn, obviously the Iron Bowl, another really difficult place to play, another team that I think is kind of in win now mode with Hugh Freeze on the hot seat. So I think there's a lot more toss-ups on Alabama's schedule than I think we're maybe talking about. So I lean the under.
Caroline Fenton, 1 on X. Check her out, Yahoo Sports and Sirius XM, the college station. Thank you, Caroline. Always appreciate it. Talk again soon, all right?
Appreciate y'all. Stay cool out there.
Yeah, we'll try. We're going to go to today's MLB card. It's sweaty, man. And we'll wrap with lightning bets here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
else hit a lot of homers? The big dumper. Like, every time I turned on Cubs Mariners over the weekend, this guy was going yard.
Well, there goes number 32. Cal Raleigh annihilates another one. He has homered in 4 consecutive games for the first time in his big league career. An exclamation mark on a monster night for the Mariners.
Big dumper goes to Barstool, eats a bunch of ice cream with Big Cat, and then sprays home runs.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Man, he dropped another one. This one happened up in Minnesota last night. Cal Raleigh with a home run in his 4th straight game. That number's got to be ridiculous at this point. I was talking about it yesterday. I was thinking about it. I didn't even look because I knew I would get, mad at the number. You do that in Wrigley. A lot of people paying attention. They're talking about it. You're the home run leader by a handful now. Let's see. Cal Raleigh. What is it even 2-1, man?
No.
Oh, my God. Best number plus 205. There's some 180s. People want to bet on that. Can't do it. What's 2+? That's my
2+? I got 2+
Yeah.
for you. I just had it. Where'd it go? Oh, they just took it off.
Of course they
I
did.
see everything else. I see 2 hits, 3 hits, multiple RBIs.
AL MVP?
Shame. I was going to bring that up earlier when we were talking about Raleigh.
Mm-hmm.
So Aaron Judge is still a decided favorite to win the AL MVP. But remember, a week or two ago, he's minus 10,000. I see MGM now has a minus 2,500. Cal Raleigh now 5-1 at the Lion.
So is it fair to say that the home run leader in the American League will be the MVP? Because if you start looking at the value numbers like the WAR, it's just them. It's Judge. He has the biggest lead if you look at F-WAR. And I'm sure you pull up the B-WAR. Judge at 6.1. Raleigh 5.3. The next American League player is Jeremy Pena, who I don't hear anybody talking about, at 3.9. So about a win and a half behind Raleigh, more than 2 wins behind Judge. It kind of feels like whichever of these two hits more home runs is going to be your AL MVP.
I don't know. Judge is just doing everything else under the sun. Raleigh's putting up the big power numbers, but Aaron Judge is on pace to have one of the greatest seasons of all time if he keeps it up. And we know that if he stays on the field, he likely will keep it up. Judge is hitting almost 370, slugging 734 with an OPS of 1,200. That's about as good as it gets, man. I don't know that Cal Raleigh could hold a candle to that. Now his slugging is 665. Again, Judge is 734. And Cal's OPS 1049. Judge 1202. The batting average is not even close. Judge hitting almost 100 points higher. But if you look at some of those old Barry Bonds seasons, just for some context on what OPS and OPS plus are. So Bonds' best year OPS was 1381. No, sorry, I lied. 1422 in 2004. He was slugging over 800.
It's crazy.
So Aaron Judge is in that wheelhouse. Bonds had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years over 1,000 OPS. And he had 4 over 1,200. Aaron Judge is over 1,200 right now. So he is as dominant as Barry Bonds was. Not at the peak. Bonds' peak was higher. But he's in that numerical conversation as Barry Bonds was in the early 2000s.
It's the middle of, it's late June now. And the third player listed for AL MVP at most spots is in the 80 to 100 to 1 range. Third player. So it's just these two guys. And I wonder if there's judge fatigue, because this would be 3 and 4 years. But you're right. I mean, how do you deny the numbers? If they're all-time seasons, they're all-time seasons. You don't want to look back and say, well, we were tired of saying Aaron Judge. If he won it fairly, he won it. So that would be interesting. If Raleigh finishes with more home runs, how much more does he finish with? And then will the other stuff bring Judge higher? Saying, well, he's definitely more valuable. Or are there people that are like, you know what? Kind of sick of it. Raleigh's the new guy. He's fun, cool nickname. People love him. Brought some excitement. And then, maybe there's a home run chase. Who knows? Then they end up going with that guy. That'd be hard to see now, but if he ends up winning the home run chase, maybe he's the dude. Who knows?
And it's not like other sports where you have to be on this really good team. In baseball, we've seen guys win it on the last place team. A-Rod comes to mind with the Rangers. That was a last place team, and A-Rod won the MVP. So it's a lot unlike other sports, NBA, NFL. A lot of times in the NBA, it's a top 2 seed. Like SGA was the MVP. Thunder won 68 games. The year D Rose won it, the Bulls won over 60. They were a top 2 seed. So you see a lot more of that in the NBA and in the NFL. Like Josh Allen won it, but it always sort of felt like he was the most valuable player on a really good football team. If Buffalo wins 10 games last year, he probably doesn't win the MVP. But Buffalo went 13-4. Conversely, Joe Burrow put up better numbers than Josh Allen, but the Bengals were 9-8. That's not an issue in baseball. So the Mariners don't have to win the division or win 90 games or whatever. It's really about the numbers. And baseball's always been that one sport where it's your numbers against their numbers. Let me just remind people very quickly, minus 2,500 on Judge implies about a 95% chance to win.
Yeah.
So that's what you're dealing with. I understand Cal Raleigh 5-1, big move. Cal Raleigh before the season had to be, I mean, I don't even know. I'm guessing he had to be 70-1 or higher to win the MVP.
Maybe higher.
Probably higher. Yeah, it could be 100. Yeah. So are you really excited to what?
I looked at one book, what he was, and you're right. When you talk about those big numbers, he was 100 3 weeks ago.
Oh, so he was more than 100 before the season. So that's that's my concerning angle for you. Do you really want to bet this guy at 5-1 when he's essentially showed you all his cards?
No, I would rather bet the home run. You'd rather bet home run leader at even money than MVP at 5-1 is what you're saying, right?
I don't think Judge is losing, barring an injury.
Yeah, that makes sense. So,
and the math says it. Numbers. I mean, it's not a hot take. He's minus 2,500.
Yeah, look at the numbers in both leagues. What's Ohtani at now that he's pitching, and they're going to start to ramp him up. Same situation. The MVPs. Yeah, that's going to keep growing. Minus 500 across the board, and like the American League, the second favorite is 6-1, and that's Pete Crow Armstrong.
Nope, never in life. Not for me.
No, if he's not a Cub, that number is so much higher. There's no doubt about it.
A lot of Cub money. You know what's funny about the Cubbies? I do want to talk about that game today. Jake had the Cardinals yesterday. I like the Cardinals today, and they're getting some money or have gotten the money. So Cubs open $1.20 on the road. Pinnacle and Chris are down to $1.09. So an 11-cent move there. BetMGM, you could take even money still. I like the Birds today, and I probably have that in my lightning bets or lighting bets, depending on the day. I do like St. Louis.
So excited.
But the Cubs fans They are so entertaining to me. This team was not supposed to be this good. And you say what you want. I saw Bruce Levine was on the score saying they beat all the bad teams and they're struggling against the good teams. There's a lot of truth to that. But these Cub fans, man, at the first sign of a bump in the road or a first sign of a losing streak, they start to lose their minds. And it's, oh, Council's doing this wrong. Craig, what are you doing? He's favored to win the manager of the year. And the fans know more than the manager. And then it's, oh, they better trade for somebody. Jed Hoyer, you better. They know what they're doing. The fans micromanage that team. I know the Yankee fans do it. The Met fans do it.
But
everywhere. I was always close to it.
Red Sox, you hear that all the time.
Not like that. Not like that. Sure, Red Sox, Yankees, Mets. I get it. But the Cub fans are just, they can't handle failure. And they've never been able to since the Cubs got good. They were losers forever. And then they finally started to win, and it's put these Cub fans in this weird pretzel, and I find it hysterical.
Yeah, Paul adds Phillies. I think any significant fan base, it's the same thing. I wouldn't take David Kaplan and say that he represents Cubs Nation, like whatever he's ranting about, because whatever it is, he's going to be yelling about it, and he's flying off the handle. So I wouldn't say that he represents all of Cub fans. A lot of the ones that I talk to, actually, they say that I'm always negative because I'm just bringing up both sides, because they're very pleased with where the team is sitting and the direction of the club overall. And they're excited to see what they end up doing. And they hope they actually don't do too much at the trade deadline. I'm like, really? This is your only shot with Tucker. Why wouldn't you want to do a little bit more? So it kind of depends who you talk to. Some are measured and some are just fanatics. They're insane people online. You get a lot of that. What about today's card? Where are you looking? We have some heavy favorites with some studs pitching. Last I checked, it was still undecided for the Dodgers as a minus 250 favorite because they're visiting Colorado over the next 3 days. Colorado trying to get to that one more win to go over the June win total.
They probably get there, I think, at some point. It'd be very funny if they didn't. I have a couple friends that did bet over 9.5 that need one more win. And they are already thinking that they're going to lose because they know how this goes. I think over 9.5 was a really good bet considering where they're at with 6 days to go. I mean, you got one more win. Can you find it? So that'll be fun to follow. That total up to 12 now at Coors. That'll happen when we start to get into these warmer months and we get these bad pitchers on the hill. So I'm not in any rush to bet under 12. That opened 11.5 out to 12. I do like the Cardinals. I mentioned that. And, I like the Braves every day. So take that with a grain of salt. Strider got the money today. If only the Braves could play the Mets every day, I'd feel good about the rest of the season, man.
Hear ya. All right. I'm looking at Seattle again. And I'm like, do I want to go there? I kind of do. The pitching matchup's pretty even. Castillo and Paddock, but Seattle's offense, they are on fire. And I think it happens again. It's a coin flip, so that's why I end up looking at that. Minus 110 on both sides over at BetMGM between Seattle and Minnesota. I like the Mariners once again. And, the other really hot offense right now is the Tampa Bay Rays. It's a tough pitching matchup, but that means you're getting a plus money number. I get Taj Bradley at KC and Bubic, and we're getting plus 120 at BetMGM. Yeah, it looks like that's the best number that you're going to find out there. Rays at the Royals, and I'm getting plus 120. Don't mind that one either. So I'm looking at a couple of road teams today that have offenses on fire right now.
That infield has been unbelievable in Tampa across the horn. That's around the horn. Mm-hmm. Sorry, just mixed up my A words. Around the horn, they've been outstanding, and their starters have been going deep, and they're beating good teams. So that's the true sign of a contender, if it plays out and it keeps up, I'm looking at fading Boston again too, man. Although that move already happened, as I see. They opened minus 200. Some books minus 162, minus 159 at Pinnacle. A 40-cent move against Garrett Crochet and the Red Sox today. Oh,
wow.
Boy.
That's pretty telling. You might still want to go there. You may have missed the number, but man, the market is screaming. They're in agreement with you, with your thoughts on that game. All right, we'll share our official lightning bets on the day. And there's also another section out there that I see pop up on sports books that I want to talk to Sam about. That's next. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We'll get to our lightning bets coming up in a few minutes like we do every day around this time. And you know how there are certain tabs at sports books and they want you to bet it. And I noticed that at some sports books, of course, there's Caitlin Clark. But now there's Angel Reese tabs. Like, does she bring that amount of betting? I know she has during this run with missed first shot. But is that it? Or are people just betting? Well, you're laughing. You're already laughing because you just love these people that bet her to miss the first shot every single night.
I was actually thinking about getting an Angel Reese Chicago Sky tattoo on my arm here. That's what I was thinking about.
Do you know what price they have for the missed first shot? I feel like I know it's over and everybody's doing it, but I feel like I want to bet it just because that's got to be a fun sweat.
My buddy at Fox Sports, Jeff Schwartz, bets it every night, and he said it's about minus 160 to minus 180 range that she'll miss.
Okay. That's not bad. That's got to be fun. Like, that sounds like a lot better than, first period over-unders or stuff like that people get. The first shot. First basket, I think, is just dumb, and it's random. Like, at least with this one with Reese, that the chances are that you're going to be on the right side if you're betting on her to miss it. You think that was her, or was that the league that got that stream shut down?
I thought it was similar, and Paul, I think you might know a little bit more about this with the way TV rights work and all that. I believe they sent a cease and desist to the guys at Stadium Live. Major League Baseball, or not Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball used to do it all the time. When anybody would post a highlight, they would make you take it down. But I believe the WNBA sent a cease and desist to Stadium Live saying you cannot show this footage of our games on your platform. That always came down to a copyright issue, right, Paul? Isn't that essentially what it is?
Damn.
Almost. The Italian mute. Again.
It is common sense, though, for us. Like, I know we want to consume it and watch it, and it was a great idea. Like, we look at it like, come on, it's attention for your league. But also, like, imagine just doing a show and deciding we're going to air something live. Like, you can't do that. It's like the first rule.
Yeah. To answer Sam's question, I'm assuming that's what happened, similar to baseball. I still I don't know. On the one hand, it's a negative thing that these guys are making fun of the game and their player. But man, at this stage of your league, any publicity is good publicity, and
let it go.
I don't know. I just think it's short-sighted in this particular instance. I know there's copyright issues, but I think you turn the other way for the eyeballs. But
dude, aren't they putting games on Ion or something? Like,
right? What kind of rights are we talking about here? Yeah. Oh,
I did laugh too.
The CW
the other day. Game 7 NBA Finals was up against a WNBA game. How did that happen? They put a WNBA game on Sunday night against Game 7.
Did you guys see anything about the ratings? I didn't. For Game 7?
I saw a headline. Yeah. I don't remember what it said. Kind of, where are you guys at on the 8 o'clock on a Sunday night? Like, you couldn't have done 6 or 3? Or is it,
8 Eastern? See, I'm okay. Like, I was looking at it from my perspective. It was early.
Oh, Central Time's the best. Yeah.
Yeah. 7 Central. I thought that's when it was, right? That's basically when it started.
Yeah, 8 Eastern. Well, a little bit after, 8,
I thought it was good.
8:05 or whatever. But no, to Paul's point,
Italian.
I had a couple buddies that wanted to go out and watch the game. And on Friday or Saturday, we're like, yeah, let's do it. And then Sunday morning, you wake up and go to the app. Whoa, 8 o'clock? Yep, I'm going to stay home for this on a Sunday night. I'm not going out to watch that. According to NBA.com, Game 7 on ABC delivers the most watched finals game in 6 years.
Well, guess what? Over the last 6 years, there hasn't been another Game 7. So that makes sense, right? When was the last one?
Sure.
2016?
That would have been
yeah, I mean,
LeBron against Golden State. 8 years. 9 years now. Jeez. How old am I?
That was a huge game. I don't know, man. I'm losing track. I know. So, yeah, Game 7, that's going to invite everyone, no matter who the teams are. So, yeah, it makes sense that they did good. They did good there. Oh, man. Paul, as long as we're here before we run to the lightning bets, it's not as many sports to talk about anyways. You out on Jeff Sherman's idea that there's value on the Sixers to come out of the East?
So I guess I said this in a break. No, I'm not out on the idea or the process. And if you put like, I don't know, Inter Milan or, University of San Diego, but they're a professional basketball team on it. If it didn't say Philadelphia 76ers, I'd be a lot more inclined to bet it. But could everything finally go right with Embiid staying healthy? And like you just saw, as you guys said, you saw the Pacers get to the finals. The East is wide open. I see the case. I have a tough time believing it'll actually happen. And I'm going to say I probably won't bet it because I've seen this movie too many times and it never works out. But I totally
I'll bet it for content. Just for content, I'll bet it. Just so we have something to talk about all year. Embiid, Paul George, Maxey, the number 3 pick. What's that? Finals? Do I smell finals?
Yeah. They should trade back
the
tomorrow.
finals of the in-season tournament. Maybe.
The NBA.
The NBA Cup.
The NBA
Was
Cup.
it Milwaukee this year?
Yes.
I think it was Milwaukee.
Don't know.
Yeah,
Sounds
who the hell
right.
cares? That tells you everything. Everything
Does
you need
not
about
matter.
it.
I also, Joe, before we get to lightning bets, I would like to let the people know the White Sox made a big move today. They signed Noah Syndergaard to a minor league contract.
Thor's been done for how long? Like at least 5 years, probably more. Losing track of time.
I think he had a peekaboo sneaky good year in 22, but he hasn't been Thor since 2018, 2019. So
he hasn't been Thor. Yeah, I think that's a good call. But that was the first time in quite some time that he has sneaky good year with the Phillies.
Add him to the list. Manny, Griffey, Kenny Lofton, Canseco, Robbie Alomar, Carl Everett twice. Add him to the list.
Carl Everett.
Tommy Pham.
Hey, Carl Everett.
He's got a
had
ring.
a better World Series than Frank Thomas, and people forget.
Yeah, Carl Everett, insane person. If you've heard any of the stories about some of his beliefs. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, lightning bets. Time there. What you got, Sam?
Give me the Cardinals. Tyone is regressing. I like this McGreevy kid quite a bit. The money has come in on St. Louis a little bit, but MGM still giving you even money on St. Louis, plus 100. So I like that. And I'm going to go Jonas under 11.5 in the draft, NBA draft. So he needs to go 1 to 11, and that's minus 130.
All right, very good. NBA draft wager there. I've got a couple Major League Baseball ones. I'm going to continue to back the Mariners and that hot offense. Seattle at Minnesota, it is a coin toss, so give me the M's minus 110. We'll see if they can get to double digits in runs again. And I'm going to take Tampa Bay as a dog. Another hot offense. Tougher pitching matchup, but they're in Kansas City. Plus 120. Taj Bradley on the bump for them going up against the Royals. So taking Seattle and Tampa Bay. Paul Aspen, do you have anything?
So the NFL long shots discussion got me thinking, and especially as you guys brought up Puka again, I started looking at another receiver in the NFC West. So we'll call this a committee. We'll just make it out of committee and see if it is actually looking more into. What do you guys think about Marvin Jr.? OPOY at 100.
I love the number.
He's going to be the main.
Yeah,
he's going to be the main target. There's some 50s, but there is 100 out there at blue balls. But he's going to be the main target. We saw flashes last year. Like if they were high on the Cardinals, like He's far and away their number one.
He is. I'm looking for some games. There were 3 games he had double-digit targets. 2 games, 100 or more.
More consistency, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Touchdowns
100.
were kind of scattered.
Yeah, it's kind of like my
the
neighbor's
problem
idea.
is, go ahead. What's your neighbor saying?
No,
I
it's
just think you
similar.
saw more from Neighbors last year. Yeah, but similar idea.
Oh, not your neighbor, Malik neighbor.
Oh. Oh my God.
I thought your neighbor had a hot thing.
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
what's
my neighbor was like Marvin Harrison. Yeah.
Is that the neighbor that
What do you guys
blasts
think?
Fleetwood Mac? The Mac neighbor? What's he got?
I had another neighbor that was, taking her version of the story. Like, the whole neighborhood can hear your music, to my daughter when they were playing music by the pool yesterday. Like, what about this guy? He's blasting the dance 24/7 for the entire county.
The only problem, Paul, with your nomination in committee is that you're in Italy and you need to find somebody to get down on that for you before you get back. I don't think it's going to last the next couple of weeks at 100-1.
Oh, it might.
That's a good point.
I don't know. If the market's at 50, how do you hang that 100 for another couple weeks?
Is Jake here? Jake have thoughts? People,
Send a
different
postcard.
people popping in and out. I don't know who's working.
No, I'm
today.
here.
Oh, good job. Hey, Jake.
Only one lightning bet. I'll take the A's on the money line, plus 260 at MGM. I'll go against Scooble. His velocity, Sneaky's been down his last couple starts, and Severino's been awesome on the road. I also think we should start doing Angel Reese-esque videos when Paul comes on and start betting if his mic is going to work or not. We'll put the Titanic music under it.
You know, maybe it was a little got beat up in the luggage. By the way, Jake, tomorrow I also want your take on is it Madison Klein? Madeline Klein? Madison, slip of the tongue. Madeline Klein.
Let's
Williams.
bring it back. It's been a while.
It's an old girl. It's an old girl. Sam.
Get the hawk on for
Madison.
it too.
Madison.
And we need the book report, Jake. We need the book report. All my friends are dead.
Okay.
We'll probably talk about the draft too tomorrow, right here on Bet Sweats.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.